keep on turning it up. Yeah, you're throwing me looks from across the room. Gotta have it, have it. Ooh, this is not what I do. Something special about you, drawing me in like a magnet, magnet. I see it in your eyes, it's got me. I still try to pull myself away, yeah, but I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. Ha, 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 ha. Ooh, I've been trying my best to break out of your spell. Can't figure out what you're up to, up to. But ooh, as far as I feel, all your magic is real, and I couldn't escape if I want to, want to. 'Cause I see it in your eyes, it's got me. I still try to pull myself away, yeah, but I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. So give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. Give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. You give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. You give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. But I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. But I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic, baby. I can't help it when every single thing you do is magic. It feels like magic. Every second counts when your head's being all messed up. Every second chance is a blessing when you've given up hoping. You're sick of the fighting, and you're sick of the sight of yourself. Oh, are you falling asleep at the wheel, split at the seams, and you just can't deal? Honey, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Feel promise you'll be okay. Whenever things get you down, feel some blue. Tomorrow is a new day. Step with intention and only speak your truth. Nobody should say different. If someone's in your way, then you must push through. Only you who can do this. Climb up the mountain, reach for the top. Talk yourself up, no one has what you've got. For when it's forgotten, you can say, yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can. You may not feel like you're gonna make it through. I promise you'll be okay. Whenever things get you done, feel so blue. Tomorrow is a new day. Step with intention and only speak your truth. Nobody should say different. If someone's in your way, then you must push through. Only you who can do this. Climb up the mountain, reach for the top. Talk yourself up, no one has what you've got. For when it's forgotten, you can say, yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can. I can, I will. It's a new day. I love how I feel. Yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can.
They said we'd never get anywhere, anywhere. Standing together now, we'll make it there, make it there. Don't they know that this is our time? Don't they know that this is our time to rise? Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we'll risk it all. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we're standing tall. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. So don't stop now, the world's in motion. It could happen sooner than you think. The table's turning over. It could happen sooner than. It could happen sooner than you think.
I saw you standing there the first night that we met. You tried to look as though you hadn't seen me yet, but I can see right through you. Your blood is cold, but mine too, yeah. You're playing games to which I wrote the rules, pretending that you were as likely to forget. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. You tell me that you don't have time to call me back, but I know your excuses hide the fact. You used up all your chances, no more playing romances, yeah. I'll hold the boat with which you will be screwed. You can push me, but I'll always play attack. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on a spot. Come on, gamble on a spot. I was always playing, you were always taming me. But now that you're here, that's worth a maybe. We pushed each other and became close to the edge. And now we're here, we might just build a bridge. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on a spot. Not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on a spot. Just play with your heart. Come on, gamble on a spot.
Inside my mind, it's around the time when my day would be about to end. Now it's Friday night, you know I really tried, but I lost you in the crowd again. The way that you behave makes it hard to say that I'm into you. You're never quite the same when it's getting late. If I had to choose, I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight is gone? It's like I haven't met you yet. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. that you behave makes it hard to say that I'm into you. You're never quite the same when it's getting late. If I had to choose, I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight is gone? It's like I haven't met you yet. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight is gone? It's like I haven't met you yet. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair.
Please, 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 baby, make me see. Please, 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 baby, set me free. Set me free. Make me see eternity. Make me believe. Please, 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 baby, make me see. Please, 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 baby, set me free. So free. All I see, eternity. Make me believe Please, 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 baby, make me see. Please, 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 baby, set me free.
I got a feeling deep in my soul, ain't no secret, 'cause everybody knows. I got a feeling I just can't hide, burning brightly, you see it in my eyes. Now you're making me feel, now you're making me feel, now you're making me feel like every little thing is gonna be alright. Now you're making me feel, now you're making me feel, now you're making me feel like every little thing is gonna be alright.
tell me wait a little longer, and I promise you that it'll all be just fine. You tell me everything is You tell me everything is You tell me everything I've been trying to be somebody. I've been crying, crying for someone, If you know what I'm talking about, when you try to do your best, bringing love and music to the world, instead of fighting it again and again. I've been trying to be somebody. I've been crying, crying for someone, You should know what it's all about. Now we need to make the biggest change. Bring back the blue sky to the world, and let the grass grow wide again and again. We all need a better place to live. I've been trying, try to be somebody, trying to be somebody. I've been crying, crying for someone, crying for someone.
One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Some years ago, I lived a hard life, but sunlight burst a ray through those clouds. We finally seen the back of those gray days. Please let the summer back to stay, and hold a sunburn in your hands. Don't let him sing too sweet, for too soon the summer sun will in winter sleep.
sky. I won't get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost. You and me are ready for the wild. You are mine, never-ending high, bright and shining guide, 365, and we'll shine through the darkest times. You can raise my mind. You pull me up when I can feel my feet sink, and all my worst fears disappear again. I won't get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost. You and me are lighting up the sky. I won't get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost. You and me are ready for the wild. Lights in the sky, shining bright. 1,000,000 lights in the sky, but you're mine. 1,000,000 lights in the sky, shining bright. 1,000,000 lights in the sky, but you're mine. I won't get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost. You and me are lighting up the sky. I won't get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost. You and me are ready for the wild.
Someone's gonna take control of this day. Someone's gonna make the change. Someone's gonna raise their voice and say, there's gotta be a better way. Gotta find love if you wanna be loved. Gotta find hope if you wanna be hopeful. Gotta find strength if you wanna be strong, stronger. We all come home. We all get through. We all get back.
To protect you from harm as winter turns to summer, as the days feel warmer. Trust in me and I'll trust in you. Shine on, bright star. No, love's never far. No, there's always hope. No, you're not alone. I will chase the wolves from your door. I will be there to fight your cause. Say goodbye to dark days. See the sun shine through the rain. Trust in me and I'll trust in you. Shine on, bright star. No, love's never far. No, there's always hope. No, you're not alone. Shine on, bright star. No, love's never far. No, there's always hope. No, you're not alone.
All of the people hide under the dead of night, keeping our voices quiet until the sunrise. Take away our fear of darker nights and bring the light. Take away our fear of darker nights and bring the light. Bright the day. Sometimes the good will fall. Give up the fight and lose it all. But we'll keep our voices quiet until the sunrise. Don't waste my time. You'll never be mine. I'm moving on. I gotta be strong. Keep me from falling. And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know what you're thinking. You wanna get back into my life. You could have had me, boy, but you let me go. And now our story's over. Ain't it funny how I really don't mind? Don't wanna be with ya. Believe me, it's true. I've never been better since I left you. I don't wanna see ya. You know that it's true. This time I mean it. I'm done and we're through. Don't waste my time. You'll never be mine.
getting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. That's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train, I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding your game, start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game, I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree. Maybe I just love the comfort of bed. Maybe I didn't really hear what you said. I couldn't tell you what the time is, no way. I wonder if I'll get away with it today. Nobody's gonna get it from me, so I gotta get it myself. You know about that. I've gotta go, can't be late. Name on the schedule, I'm on the way. Clocking in for the day. There's nothing stopping me or getting in my way. I just say I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Maybe I'm difficult at staying away. Maybe I'm too lucky and need more at stake. I wouldn't put it past me showing up late. Yeah, I wonder if I'll get away with it today. Nobody's gonna get it from me, so I gotta get it myself. You know about that. I've gotta go, can't be late. Name on the schedule, I'm on the way. Clocking in for the day. There's nothing stopping me or getting in my way. I just say I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. I've always been the type to think the best, even if I'm late and everything's a mess. Once I get to it, you could say that I don't play. You know about that. I've gotta go, can't be late. Name on the schedule.
什么是季后赛？
我觉得季后赛就是强者的舞台，它永远适合那些有着大心脏的明星选手。
更难吧，能证明自己的一个机会。
我们一年的努力的结果，
为了拿冠军的一个过程。
我觉得季后赛就是各家队伍拿出真本事、真刀真枪对抗的较量。
大家都是奔着冠军去的，
要去赢就行。
季后赛就是成为冠军的第一步，就是通往世界舞台的康庄大道，
能去世界赛的唯一途径。
小目标先打个冒泡赛吧。
希望是能够去4场，目标肯定是世界赛。
季后赛就是每项竞技体育当赛季的精华，
热血沸腾的，是时候发挥的。
有一颗回到运动线的加速，他敢加速，他不敢加速，可能这个瞬间，谁成一波反打，拿到了一波狂抓 Q， 我的天 ，JK 了！
希望大家好好加油，争取进到世界赛。
我的天，369！
季后赛是每个赛季最为令人期待、最重要也最精彩的时刻。
今年是最后的机会，这样的感觉。
莫奇少年球。
这个泳双还要跟 Lucky 来进行最后的黄色 PK， 轻轻吐回了一口，有这样的一个 Q 战连过去，再次连吐字，这个也太准了！
我觉得在季后赛的赢家才是真正的赢家。
季
季后赛对我来说的话，就是一个证明的时机吧。
技能深空切，夹子跳斩，再接闪现，晕住两个，直接去狂找后排，再接英雄登场，直接先要去融化你的前排，夹子又一波跳斩，再去跳后排，晕住了3个人，我的天，天上博主，人间太岁，有价料 ，Scout 砍下 Triple Kill。
后面会继续努力，大家也可以期待一下嘛。
个人的首尾距离，一波机会把张小宝直接起点，想要先改掉右边被分割的一个微的威胁，是会表的3个，小虎的反手进场杀。
난 진짜 상대 팀에 관심이 하나도 없기 때문에 그냥 잘했으면 좋겠다.
我对每年的季后赛期望其实都一样，就是希望看到一支超级黑马战队能够翻盘，能够战胜那些所谓的夺冠大热门，然后打破所有人的眼睛。我觉得这就是季后赛，就是 LPL 的魅力。
想告诉大家，上单这位置是天变万化的。
拿下来，小奶有一个秒表，可以再拖一会儿。山鸡可能也要死，没杀掉，我们真的没杀掉，山鸡也是锁住了。这波蓝魔直接拿了一个双杀。
希望我们这一次季后赛能走得更远。
杀的 A 波，闪现过来，杀掉一推，不是 A 波，开挂了 A 波，但最后还是被沙皇给推死了。这反应已经很夸张了，但是冷少拯救了局面。我希望这次的季后赛可以看到下位圈的队伍对上位圈的队伍发起冲击。
季后赛遇到我们的要倒霉了，我们将一场不出。
都要睡到了 Elk，
已经被大招击飞，Elk已经被屌掉了。Elk 闪现没转好的这一波被抓住机会了，放不拉这里还要再继续追。
我觉得我们肯定能进决赛。
还是没有机会换掉阿乐，在上路完成了单杀。
不过这波骚粉来了，阿乐这波又给他吸起来了。
希望再碰到滔博，
让他们放马过来吧。
蛮想上去碰到京东的，然后把他们干了。
如果你们是跟我们打的话，那我只能说你们有点倒霉。
希望能走得更远吧。好好准备，请多多指教。
现在开始100都不是，因为我们3比0好。
你看我干不干你就完事了。
别暴杀一切，
要么放假，要么以小博大。
让我们一起见证，欢迎来到季后赛。
Welcome one and welcome all back to the LPL Summer Playoffs. I'm Mazel, joined by Lyric, and we are in for an absolute banger. It is a make or break night between LNG and BLG. Are you ready, Lyric? Are you excited?
Man, of course I'm ready. LNG, BLG, we had playoffs yesterday. We have playoffs tomorrow. We have playoffs almost every single day for the next 2 weeks, barring, maybe one day here, one day there. There's a lot of games.
There's a lot of games. Speaking of those games, though, we got to talk about yesterday's shenaniganery. We started the entire playoffs for the LPL Summer Split with a best of 5, absolutely going the distance. It was incredible to watch. It was heartbreaking for OMG, but FBX soaring on through with a 3-2 victory, Lyric.
Yeah, I think it's no surprise that this series went to 5 games. These two teams, I feel like, just look so incredibly close on paper, like big glaring issues, big, huge overarching strengths. And at the end of the day, it was Care able to come out in those last 2 games and really seal the deal for FBX.
Which is incredible in its own right. Care able to step up in a moment like that. I know my bias was definitely towards the top side. I was looking at that the entire night. And the fact that we got the 1v1 trade solo bolos between Summit and Shanji, absolutely incredible. It was a heck of a way to kick off the split, though. But to end, the summer split, we gotta roll out the red carpet here, Lyric. We gotta have a little bit of fun because we get the honor, Mr. Lyric, of giving away the summer split awards, which in all actuality is incredible, and I'm very excited to see who wins what.
Yeah, we have, the awards, first, second, third team. We got the MVP. We got the rookie. And we're starting off with the third All-Pro team. Shanji might have been eliminated, but still made his way to that third All-Pro team in top. We got Wei from RNG Jungle. Rookie, third team, 4v5. Didn't even play the whole split, still making his way. And then Viper from EDG and Mark from Top Esports down in that bottom lane. And honestly, I think across the board, all names that are deserved to be on, the All-Pro team.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at solo kill 20 for Shanji. Actually incredible, but this is our third team. Like, this is the All-Pro third team of the LPL, and you're seeing the likes of Rookie, Viper, even Wei, who just came off the back of an MSI championship. It's actually incredible, this talent in the LPL, but this is a nice little third team here for the All-Pro. Now let's look at the second team All-Pro. We got the Shy in the top lane, Kanavi in the jungle, absolutely deserved. Knight in the mid lane, Bodic in the bottom lane, as he has been upended from Spring when he got first team, and then Missing rounding out the second All-Pro team.
Yeah, really good to see names like Missing on this list after the split that he's had, after kind of the trials and tribulations he had to go through in WE, and even the Shy, right? The Shy having a standout split so far, having a lot more of those positive gaming moments than the negative ones. That it seemed like they were at a bit of a flip of a coin the past few years, but this split, the Shy really being on point. Even Kanavi, he was one of the people who I had as a candidate for MVP. Yeah. So just it's so hard once we get to these like All-Pro team slots about who's third, second versus fourth, because because I feel like so many of these players, you can have that argument, that discussion for them being in that first All-Pro team.
Well, let's go ahead and look at that first All-Pro team for the LPL Summer 2022 split. We have 369 at the top lane, Tien in the jungle, Xiaohu, of course, in the mid lane, Jackie Love as ADC, and Ming rounding it out in support.
2 players from Top Esports, 2 players from RNG. I mean, just the fact that JG also sitting atop the standings with only 1 player on the first team is just a testament to, how well they work as a unit. But 369, we've all seen the video of, him on Top Esports and kind of the criticism he got from his own teammates, now coming back to this split on JDG and really showing them who's boss.
Yeah, I just look at this first All-Pro team. It's actually stacked. Just thinking if this team was actually formed together, oh my goodness. Well, congratulations to all the first All-Pro team members here, but we do got to move on to our individual awards, I believe, because we have a couple more to give out. And I believe the next one we will have is Best Rookie of the Summer 2022 LPL regular season. It is none other than that man, Shanji.
And well earned, right? Obviously, Shanji did play in Spring, but still counting as a rookie coming into Summer by the LPL's criteria. And I mean, this guy was a standout. This guy was one of the main reasons you were watching, you were supporting OMG and believing in them being able to make a miracle run. We even saw the crazy picks, him going back to it yesterday, right? Bringing out his niche blind pick rumbles. We had the Shens during the split. We've had the Shyvanas. And now picking up these accolades.
It's actually incredible to see this guy's growth, but as well as the fact that he's made a name for himself against some of the top laners in the world, right, that we have here in the LPL. It's actually incredible to see him just not backing down from a lot of these matches where we do see, in the end, a lot of interesting things going down when it comes to confidence. But Shanji, there is no lack of confidence there. But Lyric, I'm going to need a little bit of a drum roll here because we've got to give away our MVP of the summer regular season. And let's go ahead and roll, see who it is. It is none other than the man in the jungle for Top Esports, Tien, picking up the MVP.
Well deserved. I think Tien was one of the pillars of Top Esports' success this split. I think him and Kanavi, in my mind, were like clearly the 2 best junglers. And I mean, right, TS a stacked lineup, but I feel like a lot of their wins this split sitting on how aggressive he's willing to play in that early game, how well he's linking up with his laners, and like just very versatile overall this split. Like can play well around Knight, can play up with Wayward, and can also just use the aggression that his bot lane gives. So there we go. MVP of the LPL Summer Split, Tien. Woo!
It brings a tear to my eye just to see like his regrowth, his actual like coming into this summer split, right? There were some question marks, but I think it's been really nice to see him come back into the fold and really show up in the way that we've seen him do before. So congratulations to Tien getting the MVP for summer split. But now we got to move on to what we got going on tonight because we got another make or break best of 5 ahead of us. It is BLG versus LNG. Still here in the first round of the playoffs, and it is going to be a fun one. I'm so excited because I think there could be a lot of volatility, especially looking through the jungles for both these 2 teams. But first of all, we got to put a spotlight on LNG because they truly are the friends of the forest, Lyric.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at LNG, right, everything just revolves around Tarzan still. in terms of how they play the game, how they find their advantages especially. You could see his jungle proximity stats there on the top right, 2nd for top lane, 2nd for support, 6th for mid lane. He's so good at being able to cover and play around all of his lanes. Very flexible, very versatile, and bringing that lead they find in the early game into a mid game, LNG are actually one of the teams that don't really have a defined style. Not like OMG yesterday where you can boil it down to like, okay, short range, all-in style compositions that want to skirmish. No, LNG had the 2nd most unique champions played.
Yeah.
We've had the Elise, we've had the Skarner, we had Olaf in the top lane, Doinby still bringing his style, and, working a bit of a double-edged sword in terms of, since they don't index heavily into one area, there's no, defining strength, but also just that flexibility is very good, especially in a best-of-5.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's nice to get the Tarzan movie references in with Tarzan in the books here, but I think especially when you're looking at that objective focus there are some crocodile tears I feel like to be shed for this team, because sometimes things can not be set up in their way.
Yeah, their ability to get objectives is actually pretty fitting to their spot in the league, right? Coming in 7th, 8th, 9th in terms of these objectives. But one of the big glaring weaknesses with LNG is just their objective setup in general. And I feel like it's one of the reasons why we heard Doinby say that they wanted to slow down in their last series, because a lot of times they go into mid-game just fine, then it comes to approaching Dragon, approaching Rift Herald, where they really start to throw the game away.
Yeah, it's tragic, honestly, because you see, again, you're looking at this LNG roster, the names on paper, it's incredible, but we haven't seen it live up to the expectation. But then you start seeing some of the ways that Tarzan gets involved early on and the way the team sets him up, right? And then you're like, oh my God, this team, they're actually functioning the way we wanted them to.
Yeah, and I think it was this RNG specifically where it's like he goes bot, ganks spot, recalls, ganks top, then goes mid, ganks for Doinby. Seriously, everything revolves around this guy in the early game and what he's able to bring to the team. It's one of the reasons why LNG have been able to make it in the playoffs. Did have a bit of a rough middle of the split, but I think came back strong to be able to round us out. And then just more things to highlight, right? LNG might struggle with approaching objectives, but still, if they can get in there, have the ability to team fight. But here's the example, Mazel, just trying to brute force their way in, enemy has control, and everything can just go awry so easily for LNG.
Again, this is where some of that tragic part of the story lies for LNG, because again, they just try to force things a lot of times in terms of these objectives when they're not in position to. But it's always the bright spot of they have the mechanical outplays if they get set up in the right way. But when you see this kind of chaos, this setup for them, it's just not the way you would want to see LNG play. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on going into this series. But again, the strength through that jungle, that is also where they can absolutely take over this series. But against them, on the other side, we got a bit of a powder keg. BLG. You never know when they're gonna explode. Either they're gonna explode early on and force the enemy out of the game, or sometimes they explode on themselves.
Another team that's just absolutely stacked in terms of individual manpower, but just haven't been able to bring it together the way you'd expect. When we look at BLG, I think the obvious best player on this team is Crisp, but the key pieces for me are around the top side. Icon coming in, being more of that early game facilitator, more willing to roam, playing around Wei, and then Bin just provides so much space for the team with how aggressive he plays up in the top side. That's why when we look at their early game stats, the team's average CSD at 10, their goal difference at 15, their first turret percentage, it's all incredibly good. They come out the gate swinging, but Mazel, we can see once they get past that, their champion kills per minute, their average game time, it really slows down in the mid game.
Which is so unfortunate, because you would think with a lead like that, you could snowball it, but then there's some of that hesitancy, especially, getting set up around objectives, knowing where the macro decisions lie, and a lot of the decision making is delayed for this team. I think, especially when you see the way they get caught out in the mid to late game, a lot of the times you're seeing those isolated deaths in the bottom of your screen. It is unfortunate because they feel like they're so set up, but then just a couple little mistakes don't go their way.
Yeah, and when I was looking at the stats earlier, it's almost 1 out of every 2 games that half of the members of BLG have an isolated death in a game. Even Wei, we couldn't fit on here because we only had room for the 3 stats. Even Wei was sitting at 7th in isolated deaths for junglers. Everyone across the board, once BLG gets to the mid game, they look very confused. They kind of just go in random areas. Maybe they're catching waves on sides. Maybe it's a member going to get wards in enemy jungle, and it leaves them open to be punished.
But something we've seen from BLG is their adaptation to focusing bot lane Lyric, and it has looked good.
It's been a really nice change since we've seen, the roster changes came through with people like Rise and Khan coming in. But since we've gotten people like Doggo back and Icon now remains in the roster in Weiwei, they've adapted to playing more down towards that bottom side, a lot of dives down there, because Bin is self-sufficient, can play on his own, and will still be able to find these individual advantages for himself.
And it's against none other than Summit there. But it's also when you see the execution in some of these late game team fights, when you get to see, the front to back kind of style, the flanks from Bin, it looks so good. A lot of like we were saying for LNG, when they get the right setup, when they have the right situation.
BLG definitely, if they can find those leads, and even if it's a bit slower, they have the ability to take those team fights, but still, isolated members getting picked off, the setup not always really being there. Even a lot of the champions they gravitate towards can make it a little bit harder when they're looking to opt into these fights, because we do see a lot of, I'd say, we see some niche picks coming out. We have a lot of side lane threat typically being drafted for the side of BLG, which when the enemy team's going for just these straight up like front to back team fight style compositions, it makes it a little bit hard to force your way in there like we saw.
Speaking of those picks, though, we do have some picks to watch, which, will be mainstays in the LPL at this point, if any avid LPL viewers. But I think these are crucial picks today to keep an eye out, especially in PowerPoints for both these two teams, Lyric.
Yeah, and I think some of them are very standard, right? The Gnar, the Viego, the Renata. I think Viego especially is a bit of a weird one. But when you look at Weiwei, Weiwei really not leaning on meta junglers too much until recently. He's only played one game of Vi, very few games of things like Poppy, Wukong, or Trundle. So that one could be a contested pick. I think the mid lane is the most interesting because we have Icon, who's had crazy performances on this Azir. And Azir, I think, does so well into so many of Doinby's champions. I'm very curious to see if LNG ban it out. But on the opposite side, Doinby has been leaning on this Taliyah as one of the meta picks he can perform on really well. And it's actually been one of the picks that Icon hasn't been really comfortable getting his hands on. So it's kind of nice in this mid lane that we have two very opposing styles and then just some nice general picks that the other roles will be contested for.
And speaking of that mid lane, right, like mobility will be interesting to keep an eye out on. But this head-to-head, Doinby versus Icon. Icon's replacement coming through. So many storylines between these two guys, right? That solidification of Icon at the end of the season there for BLG. This is going to be a bloodbath in the mid lane. But not only that, it's a lot of that direction, a lot of that control that can come out of this mid lane matchup as well.
Exactly, and I feel like we've seen stark contrast to where Icon has actually been the one out of these two much more willing to move, a bit flexible, right? Because he can get on the Azir, he can sit back, he can farm, but also been leaning on things like the LeBlanc, the Ahri, the Sylas to be able to get out there and enable Weiwei's aggression, to where Doinby, up until recently, had to take more of a carry-oriented role. You can see almost 30% of his team's damage was leaning really heavily on the Corki earlier in the split, but now has opted more into things like the Taliyah to be able to have more of a presence on the map. But like you said, we had Icon on LNG last year, Doinby coming in to replace him. I feel like, that's in Icon's mind going into today's matchup and wanting to prove, LNG wrong for the choice they made.
Absolutely. It's actually incredible. We'll get to some of the ties a little bit later on as well in this series because there are a lot of little niche things between some of these players. But we got to talk about predictions. I will say, caveat, I didn't start out the predictions very strongly. I got the team right, but I didn't get the wins right. Now, Lyric, we might have to bow down to you here, but tonight might change the difference, might make the difference at least. So let's go ahead and bring up those predictions. I see you with the 3-1, and, I'm saying we get another Silver Scrapes here. I don't know about you, Lyric.
This matchup, unlike yesterday where I thought it'd definitely go to 5 games, today, in my mind, it could be a 3-0 in either direction. It could be a 3-2 in either direction because both of these teams are so volatile. They're both so star-studded in terms of individual talent from what we've seen from these players over the years, but neither roster has been able to put the pieces together, and both feel like the sum is less than the total of their parts combined. So honestly, I feel like this one really could go either way, but I am going to lean towards LNG because of the better form they started to put up towards the end of the split.
Well, we're both on LNG's side tonight, so I don't know. We're a little biased here in terms of predictions.
Hey, but, Hysterics went 3-0
that's
BLG.
what I was
3-0.
just about to say. If you were Hysterics, what are you saying right now as the BLG 3-0 supporter? You saying BLG easy, win through the jungle, or what?
I feel like the thing for me for BLG to win is I think their early game is a lot more stable. Like they are, even though they do typically find an advantage, they are also fine to kind of just feel it out. They're one of the biggest LPL teams in terms of looking for cross maps if they know they don't win fights. So I think if BLG can get through that early game pretty smooth, go into the mid game with the lead that they usually have, then they'll be looking towards smooth sailing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are getting into picks and bans for this best of 5 here in the first round of the Summer LPL 2022 playoffs. And we were talking about picks to watch. Obviously, Nar, Viego, Azir, Talia, Renata. Those are things that we absolutely have to keep an eye on. We won't get a lot of those bans in the first round here, though, as Vi, Callista, and LeBlanc banned by LNG. We get the Renekton, I was going to say Renata, Azeri, and the Poppy banned by BLG. It's a first pick Wukong for Tarzan.
First pick gonna go over. Now for BLG, I mean, you still have things like the Sivir Yumi available. Trundle, of course, one of our go-to answers into the Wukong. Strong skirmishing in the early game. You have the ability to take away those resistances later on. So I'd expect the Trundle to be locked and loaded. Now I wonder if they want to go towards something like that Sivir, or maybe look for a bit of a takeaway. Because we saw in LNG's last series, they were actually opting into the Aphelios over the Sivir in their last series. So you could even look for a bit of a takeaway if you'd want to go that direction.
Right, so they go ahead and get the Tarzan counter here maybe a little bit. We get the Trundle coming through here. And the Draven! Oh. Some confidence coming out of the bottom lane for BLG.
And it's going to be Doggo's first Draven so far this split. I mean, going to look for that aggressive route. I wonder how LNG will look to match. I mean, you do have your own aggressive option up, right? Lucian was left through the draft if they did want to try and go toe-to-toe with that. But we highlighted, right? Last series, it was a lot of them opting in towards the Aphelios. Doonby actually said in the post-match interview that they felt like they were too rushed in their series for most of the split, and it caused them to throw a lot of games. So maybe feeling more comfortable to just get a bit of an insurance policy for your late game. And now Ala going to go straight towards the Kennen, and he's going to be the one looking to dominate up in that top side. We haven't even really had a chance to talk about top lane because you have Ala versus Bin, two top laners who really want to scrap.
Absolutely. I do love that LNG are full inning on like a team fight conversation here with the setup for Light. But yeah, that top lane, I am just waiting to see what Ben pulls into this one because I do expect a lot of that hard-hitting volatility at the top side of the map. We do have the Sejuani coming in, so maybe not as hard-hitting, but at least less hard-hit, I guess. Some armor, some defense.
So yeah, Bin gonna look to be, he's accepting he's gonna be the less volatile part of the map, right? He already has a Draven on the board. He knows that BLG should be looking to play around the spot side, so he opts into a champion that, right, even if Sejuani could get punished, you expect her to get poked out by the range coming in from Kennen early on, pre-6, that he'll at least be able to farm up just fine and allow BLG to put their resources in the right places. Now, both teams putting those bans towards mid lane, I think that is definitely the pool that is most exploitable coming in, especially because of the differences we talk in the champion pools. For Dwinby, been leaning on things like the Akali, also has the Sylas in the cards as well if they wanted another AP option to look towards.
Yeah. Oh my god, we're just getting all the mid lane bans here. They know just as us that this mid lane is so important. We get that Lissandra ban, the Talia ban as well, so some of that mobility taken away. And really just looking to see if we just get a fourth consecutive mid lane ban because of how important these two guys can be.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Azir ban, like I said, just because I don't feel like Dwinby really has any great answers into that pick. It should allow Icon to just play the laning phase just fine, but no. Instead, opting to take away the Renata. When Renata came out, Crisp was the player who gravitated towards it the fastest, and in my opinion was the best Renata that we had in the league. So,
and he was one of the
gonna look now.
He was one of the first ones to whip out, the Flash Renata ulti and do so effectively, right? It was actually incredible to watch him pilot this new champion. So, got to take that one away for sure, I feel like.
Yeah, now we're going to see what Icon decides to go with. Right now, hovering the Ahri, so I'm interested to see what Dwinby will look to pick into this, because I don't know if it would work here, but Dwinby's been practicing a bunch of Nocturne mid in solo queue, and it's actually usually bid into the Ahri matchup. They do have AP damage up in the top side, but still might not be enough to come through. We'll instead just go with the Leona for now. So LNG are playing this heavy dive all into the backline composition. A lot of threats so far on Doggo with this Draven.
Oh, they get it! He done did it, Lyric. He went ahead and locked that in. I don't even see a big smile on his face right now. He's just all business.
I'm so excited. Like I said, it's one of the picks he's been practicing. He's also been playing mid lane Pantheon, so we might get some spicy treats throughout the day. And we already said LNG's comp just looking for that all-in potential. So far, it looks like they're trying to decide what type of peel they want to bring to the table, right? Of course, Thresh, you have the Lantern there, but the quickness could also do a great job of locking many people down. They're going to opt into going with the Thresh. So having some decent pick tools coming through, right? We have the Charm for the Aru. We have Descendus on the bot lane. Pillar can set either of those up very easily to hit that single target CC. I'd say not the best team fighting, but also they do have damage there on the table and they have a decent front line. The hard thing will be being able to survive Ala coming in on a flank, Tarzan jumping in with the Cyclone, Doinby just popping his ultimate.
Yeah.
It could be a bit of a rough one for Doggo in that bot lane.
So it's obviously like level 6 for Doinby when he'll get involved, right? And really be on those side lane roams or even just getting the execution off for the ultimate. But in all actuality for them, it's obviously like a very scaling late game team, right? They want to go for those team fights, but it is Doinby who's going to be that bridge, I feel like, here.
I feel like for LNG, they're sitting pretty fine in terms of being able to make it through the early game. I mean, top lane, they should be able to do just fine. Again, I don't feel like a lot of kill pressure's there until 6 for the Sejuani, and then you typically want to link up with Weiwei or Icon making the roam over. Bot lane as well, you have the range with the Aphelios when you do have the Caliburn available, so at least the first few levels will be fine. And yeah, I mean, then it'll just be about level 6 coming online, and their whole top side will be incredibly strong.
Hey, we'll see how it all pans out. We are in a do or die best of 5 in the LPL Summer Playoffs. This will determine who goes on and who goes home, whose season ends. It is LNG versus BLG. It is Doinby versus Icon. It is volatility across the map, and LNG hoping that the Friends of the Forest come to their aid, while BLG sitting there with a hot powder keg ready to explode. It is a wonderful night here in the LPL as we hit Summoner's Rift.
We said it coming into the game, Mazel. Both of these teams having a similar story. Both on paper, very solid rosters that should be competing for top slots. I mean, Tarzan, Doinby on one side. Heck, Ala having gone to Worlds before.
Oh,
no! Level 1!
Crisp! No! First blood to LNG. That ain't how you want to see it go down.
No, that's exactly what you want to see, Mazel. We come in here, we're like, you know, let's get a bit of narrative out there. I love the LPL, screw the narrative, get rid of that. We only get the action.
Oh my goodness. Crisp gonna be a little bit salty after that one for sure. We're actually gonna see the setup in the bottom. It's just going for some vision here, but I guess just not expecting the positioning there from LNG.
No, not reading that they'd be stacking this brush, but just really good. I think level 1s are something that are just so strong at investing when coming into a best of 5. I remember back when I was a coach and, you know, my team was going to Worlds. It's like, okay, what's the most bang for our buck we can get in terms of time investment? And sometimes it's just spending, you know, 15, 20 minutes talking and thinking about a level 1 for each game. Because if you can start finding those early leads, that can really just snowball out of control. The lucky thing for the side of BLG, at least no summoners wasted, because, right, if you had blown a flash in that situation, then that could go to really affect the dynamic of your lane. For now, just going to give a bit of gold over, and of course, Tarzan being able to pick up that early longsword.
And hey, Friends of the Forest already helping them out. They're getting the lead that we needed them to get for LNG. We said it is all about the man in the loincloth swinging around, trying to get as much done as he can. I think at this, it is now looking at Tarzan that how do you use this? How do you continue to kind of put the pedal to the metal here for them, especially in terms of, you know, maybe disrupting Weiwei to some extent or getting more ganks off, getting a little bit more of that pressure off.
Well, could have potentially looked towards the top side. He might even still go for it, but I believe he was, he's spotted out on a ward right now, so Bin shouldn't be able to fall prey to this, but he did path up towards his top side, opening up that opportunity to look for the ganks, but nothing going to be able to come through for now. So honestly, might have a bit of a slower time. Weiwei going to look towards bot, but Light and Lumao are so healthy. This one could be rough. We'll see if Lumao's able to hit level 2.
That's a pretty big wave. He's got Severum, though, so a lot of healing. And then Lumao with that level 2. They're going to try it anyways, though. They're going in full focus on the Light. The CC onto Crisp. He has to flash, but he takes the tower shot. It's a trade back. Doggo gets a kill, though, and that's huge for the Draven, but the kill goes right back to Light, so ADC's trading it down. They're trying to keep the pressure here with this huge minion wave, and Weiwei's just going to go in. Doggo's tanking the tower. He gets stunned. He cleanses. Lumao goes down. Weiwei flashes. Then Summoner spells all over the place. Icon as well. Just go ahead and turn on the carousel right now, Lyric. I don't know if you've got the button, but Lyric will... Oh, I was going to say Willie get out, but it's Light that picks up another kill. That's 2 for the Aphelios.
LNG kind of ended up trading up. Weiwei went down in the dive as well. The one silver lining for BLG is Light lost out on that huge wave, so nice CS advantage now being made for Doggo. But that's why we'll see if Chris can get anything done. I don't think so. Tarzan will manage to get out of here. But that's why we were saying this dive could be a little bit dicey because sure, you have this big wave, but at the same time, there was no real heavy trading able to come through. Both members of LNG's bot lane were still at full HP, as we're gonna see how Icon goes down. Tarzan just coming over, able to find it. Flash does come through, but I mean, at the end of the day, right, you're in enemy territory. It's gonna be really easy for any member of LNG to come from the opposing way and guarantee this kill.
And honestly, right, like perfect timing for Light to just come up and scoop up the kills. I am looking at that bottom lane though, because it was on his way back to the lane. Actually, Doggo has a pretty big item differential in that bottom lane. I don't know if it's going to mean the difference, but Tarzan is trying to make the difference down here as well. Weiwei right behind him, though. Tarzan did get spotted out on that ward, and Crisp is actually stepping up here.
Weiwei also has the level advantage, so they're in a pretty strong place of power. Even having the Sheen, just overall, I feel like combat stats should be in favor of BLG. I think they're being a little bit hesitant for the fact that no summoners coming out across the board for their side. Where both Tarzan and Light still having their flashes up.
Oh, it turns out we'll just get a little bit of a standstill in the bottom lane. All those summoners fell apart, but again, it is that that riskiness factor with BLG having burned a majority of theirs. So like the call, both playing a bit reserved here. And since we have a little bit of time, right, I want to go back to a bit of history for these teams. I have to shout out LNG. It's summer 2021, right? Round 2, all the way to regionals, all the way to worlds. They do not want to stop here in the first round of playoffs, Lyric. And so far, right, with all the trades, with everything's going down, they're setting themselves up nicely.
They are. And, you know, funnily enough, BLG was actually on the same side of their bracket last year in that playoffs. Not able to do anything with it, though. BLG as an org haven't really done anything in playoffs since 2019 summer. So getting past this round and making some kind of run is what BLG as an organization are looking for. But speaking of looking for, Doinby now level 6, we're going to start seeing these opportunities come through. And I'd expect it to be probably down towards enabling that bot side. For LNG, you're going to want to look to start getting some control of vision. But Weiwei might look for an opportunity in Olive first. Bin's really close to level 6, so waiting for that Glacial Prison, I think, to come online before they commit to a play.
He's going to just play a little bit aggressive. It does get that level 6 mark, but it is Weiwei going back to his Krugs. Again, it's just kind of farming up. For me, going back to the focus on the mid lane here, with Doinby having that level 6 mark, wanting to see some of that proactivity with the paranoia there. But I'm looking at Icon, right, with the Spirit Rush, with a little bit of that mobility in the mid lane to try and either be a blocker or be a bodyguard at some point and try to get his own advantages in terms of proactivity. We finally get that revisit back top lane. We'll get the Slicing Maelstrom from Ala. He gets CC'd up, does get the Glacial Prison. That's just a solo. Oh, the flash comes out from Ala. Nicely timed.
That was extremely close. If Ben had been a little bit more patient, maybe Weiwei could have been up towards topside to combo for this play. Oh, reset gets canceled. Now he's no flash. He's nowhere to go.
He has nothing to do except die. Ben picks up the kill.
Nice find coming for the side of BLG. Plates going over as well. You're denying even more minions. So to where LNG have been able to get the upper hand in terms of a lot of these kills, we can see lanes so far going in favor of the side of BLG. For bot lane, a little bit expected. Top, we're now seeing jungle pressure come through, and mid. I mean, one of the reasons why we saw Nocturne kind of fall out of favor was never a big pick in the mid lane, right? But was this niche pick for a while. Because sometime last year, I remember his passive got nerfed to where it does reduce damage to minions. It actually got buffed last patch to where now your passive on the primary minion you're targeting still does full damage. So trying to help with that pushing power a little bit. Still not exactly what it used to have. But point is, you can look to contend with the push that Ari has, which is why he's been able to stay relatively even in CS mid lane.
It's actually been very relaxing to this point where we had that level 1, we had that craziness, and then we've had a couple minutes of like very reserved gameplay, especially from these two junglers.
Thanks, Mizel.
But that's what I'm trying. I'm trying to do that here. I'm putting all my energy into this jinx right now because I'm trying to see what Weiwei is attempting to do, right? He's right on the cusp of that level 6. We've seen him, waiting out plays a lot of the time, but he hasn't been able to find anything just yet.
For Weiwei, he's looking for a play on top side because if they can find this kill, they can try and pivot this into Herald.
They do get the CC chain down. Is Weiwei going to have the difference here in damage? Slicing Maelstrom comes away. That's Glacial Prison at the last second, though. Ben gets himself a second kill.
It also brings Weiwei to level 6. They now have numbers in this top side. You'd expect him to look to start up this Herald because they didn't even have to utilize too many resources in terms of mana or health to find the kill. But Tarzan right now hovering in the area. Weiwei has to be careful because Doinb does have that paranoia up, and Icon's actually leaning and hovering down for his bot lane. Finally moving now.
He's going to move up this way. Tarzan just going in with the aggression. Here comes the paranoia. They have a lot of AoE damage there as well. Ben not going to go down yet. Does fall to Doinb. Tarzan's still alive. They get Wei. That's a huge flash onto Weiwei. And now Icon all by himself. Somehow Tarzan survived the entire time. And a triple kill for super carry Doinb.
We just see the impact of the paranoia able to come out. Cyclone as well, locking down numerous members. I think it could have been a little bit different had Icon been there a little bit sooner. Maybe you dissuade the play from coming through. You could be ready with a charm to buy even more time and then have the numbers from the kill you found, but they weren't able to do it. So LNG able to pick up the Herald. We're going to instantly go into the replay. We're actually going pretty far back. We're going all the way to the top kill. I don't even know if there's too much to see here. As Ward comes out, ooh, we actually got the control ward down at the same time because I remember we saw Weiwei place that, in real time as this was happening. And right, since they both have ults up, I guess Bin having ult up means that it should be pretty guaranteed. Ala is able to get the stun come through in the end with the Slicing Maelstrom, but doesn't mean too much in Spin. Very smart to hold the Glacial Prison.
And then we just see Tarzan making the call here, right? Like, he is swinging in on a Vine right now. It's actually incredible that he has the confidence to do that play, stay in the fight because Doinb's right next to him.
Yeah, I still think it could have made so much difference that Icon not lean down towards bot side first because you see the immediate kill is pretty much a 2v2. So that's why LNG able to take that one. Sure, Tarzan gets very low, but could have been a whole different story had Icon already been there, not been hovering for his bot lane, but still, LNG able to get the Herald. Now really starting to cement themselves with these mythics coming out. 2 on the board, only 1 on the opposing side. Doggo does have his Eclipse, so Draven still seems like the win condition that BLG need to all in on.
Yeah.
But Tarzan and Light know that.
Hey, they're putting some of that focus there. Light's finally saying, like, finally, guys! He gets, oh, it's so close. One more auto from Shelly. Nope, it's not going to be there. So one little tiny health bar for the turret. Doesn't go down, so they won't get first tower yet, but that is 4 plates for them at least. And again, that refocus on the bottom lane. It's still the item difference they pointed out here. Like, LNG find a way to come back, right? BLG were up almost 2,000 gold because of some of the top lane shenanigans. Speaking of top lane shenanigans, Hala finds himself on the wrong side of town here. Will be able to dodge out and get away from Ben. But again, that craziness has been tempered a little bit. I think LNG finding a very calm way to keep themselves in the game, and now Doinb feeling very, very confident as he goes straight into the bottom lane. Oh, Crisp, you never had a chance. That's a huge amount of damage, and Light picking up yet another kill. Oh.
And this is actually really good for the side of LNG because Bin TP down here as well to try to be part of the play. They don't get anything for it, and now Ala can start having some alone time up with this topside turret. It will lead to BLG being able to get the dragon, but I think LNG going to be happy with the injection of gold they're getting on both sides of the map.
Absolutely. That's why I had like a little bit of a downturn there because I was like, man. Feels really bad. I mean, they almost get all 5 plays in the bottom lane for Light, and now they have so much pressure in the top lane as well. So it's up to next movements for BLG. Obviously, that dragon you pointed out, very big, very late though. 12 minutes in. It's a little bit of a late stacking dragon, but I think they'll be okay as long as they keep this pressure around, or at least the defensive pressure around Doinb, because I think he's really the difference maker right now.
For BLG, I think it's going to be so rough with this paranoia. BLG have already done a pretty good job at keeping bot side river warded. They've been doing a great job controlling, trying to find information where Doinb is, but sometimes it won't always be there. Now Doinb,
3 members.
no flash.
Yeah, three members from BLG trying to collapse onto him. Light in the bottom lane to claim first turret for himself. So Light's not too shabby in this one either, 3-1, but it's a lot of gold from those turrets, and he's already got a 300 bounty on him as well.
Now for LNG, we already talked about how well they can do in these team fights, especially when you're going up against this Draven that you could just so easily delete with the amount of backline access that LNG have. They can just keep snowballing forward. Herald going to come up in 1 minute and 50 seconds. So you've already gotten bot wave pushed out. You can start getting control of top side, get some deep wards down, even just playing for this top lane turret. You can see Light heading up there right now. For BLG, I don't really think there's an opportunity to cross map. You kind of have to look to cover the play, look to contest that vision, and try not to give that Rift Herald over for free.
Absolutely. I think it's a lot of that objective focus. And something else I want to bring up that we said in the beginning of the day, right? LNG, we've had question marks around them in their mid to late game objective setup in terms of getting ready for the fights, getting in position, because we're seeing them force a lot of things. But when in a position like this, where they have a big lead and they have a lot of pressure coming out of doing B in the mid lane, and having the safety of a slicing maelstrom from Ala to come into these little skirmishes, it feels like they are setting themselves up nicely here, and BLG are just trying to find a way to get into the army.
I think BLG right now making the right move. We said, I think not a great opportunity to cross map on the bottom half of the map. Giving up this Herald could just blow up the whole game, considering LNG already have that 3K gold lead with all the ults on the table. I like that BLG are looking for it, but like we said, BLG, a little bit more of a pick comp, so if they can find the bot lane, that would be huge.
Oh, Crisp is left out by his lonesome. Moonlight Vigil comes through. He's got the rest of his team, but he goes down to Light, and Lumao is the focus now, so it'll be traded back. Doggo gets the kill, and that is huge, but it's just the trade of supports.
Ooh, look though, for LNG, they have wards behind, and Ala's using them.
He goes in on the Doggo on the backside. They're trying to get him down. They have Ala with them flank as well. You said that is so crucial, and LNG are capitalizing on the overextension of BLG. Icon tries to come over. Ben is just going to find his way out, but it is tragedy after BLG find themselves on the wrong side of the map.
For BLG, I feel like it was just so rough starting out, considering Crisp going down while his team had numbers advantage on that top side. Is going to potentially open up for LNG to just outright take this Herald. Doinby isn't base right now, so it'll be a little bit dicey. Sure, there's no smite up on the side of BLG, but I thought maybe if they look to at least posture, they won't even do that. You could see Icon staying up in top side to catch the wave, and Ben just going to make his way down to that blue buff.
Yeah, we're going to get a replay of that. It looked like BLG were collapsing beautifully, right? Like they were set up here, but Chris, like the backing of Doggo to try to catch the axe, and then as well just the damage from Light and you know, Lumao.
Yeah, just so rough, right? You're the team with more numbers on this top side. You already have one member go down, and beautiful flank ward behind where BLG is to bring TPs in. And then Tarzan, BLG, you guys are diving into a Wukong. You know the Aphelios is there as well. I just feel like it's an overcommit on the trigger, but I think they don't have a ton of confidence going into a straight up 5v5 because of what we've highlighted. So they're trying to find these fights where they think they have numbers advantage before they could really lose out to the backline access that LNG's brings.
They are just punishing Ala at this point constantly. Glacial Prison goes wide. The pillar is there, but now the turret shot's coming through. It's still an easy pickup kill for BLG on the bottom side of the map.
So they are going to be able to find something, but for LNG dropping Herald top, this is going to guarantee a turret. And I mean, they should be able to get the charge on the inhibitor turret as well. So trade up so far for the side of LNG. Paranoia back up for Doinby. LNG are pretty much prime and set up to look to make plays.
Yeah.
If anyone of BLG shows in that topside jungle on top of Vision, if Tarzan's around and Doinby's still sitting in that mid lane, member of BLG will just be dead.
And I want to harken back to like the composition from LNG, the way they drafted. We talked about it. This is a solo queue special for Doinby, especially recently. He's whipping it out. He was, or is at least, the bridge that's being built right now. His proactivity from the mid lane, that early fight around Rift Herald, the calls from Tarzan to go in aggressively, it has worked so well for them to have an advantage. But the entire time, we have 3 turrets that have gone down to Light. We have so much gold on this Aphelios, and the team fights are going to be terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, Light already being on his Lord Dominix as well. It looks like LNG want to try and find an avenue into this Drake, but it's going to be hard. BLG already have this one locked in. We'll see if LNG can find a fight, but the Pillar doing a great job of stopping Tarzan.
It is something we said earlier, right? LNG sometimes force route objectives. We've seen that for BLG as well, but in these early trades, right, BLG going to be fine with the setup they had for the second Dragon, and that's at least something working in their favor stacking-wise. We have an Infernal Dragon on the board, so a little bit of damage added to the BLG composition would be huge, but you can expect LNG to up the ante around these fights and around these objectives.
Got to be careful, though. One thing we didn't actually really talk about early in the game was some of the summer spell choices we had come out, because Ben actually opted into the exhaust in that top side. which not only could have helped him out in lane, right, in terms of if Ala would have looked for an all-in with that Slicing Maelstrom, but also going to be key in team fights because Ala and Doinby, two targets that you want to have that exhaust on. BLG having exhaust on both Crisp and Bin. We'll see if those come in handy now. BLG want to find a fight.
Trying to force this tower so hard. I want to say we had the gold graph come up, and it's actually incredible to see how close Doggo is to Light because of some of those adoration stack pickups and as well as just the consistent farming. So at least you have that going for you, right? Doggo will be no slouch in terms of damage. He has the Eclipse and the Essence Reaper.
We could see as well, LNG's comp much better at being able to play out through sides. They're going to use the pressure. All
They're
God,
going
go for the dive.
Doinby in the back line. The spell shield doesn't help him. Slicing Maelstrom onto 3 members, but that's the Gravitum as well following it up. Just a lot of poke damage. It was all for the tower. Here comes Ben on the side. Icon a little bit hesitant to go forward. Ben not able to pull the trigger on the Glacial Prison. A reluctancy to go in, but I think it's good for BLG to back away.
LNG overall did gain a turret. Ults traded across both sides. The only flash to go down looks like it was Doinby, so not too much lost, and they were able to break down that mid lane turret, which is going to be nice, right? It opens up both quadrants of the jungle even more easily from the fact that they already have broken down side lane turrets. So whether it's, you know, getting vision for Baron or when we're inching closer to the Drake timers, LNG should have an easy time of getting some of those deep wards in, and with Ala's TP being up once again, with Doinby having that TP, BLG gonna definitely have to do their best to clear out vision in their own territory to make sure those flanks don't come through, and also just making sure you always have a member marking behind you to spot out where those members are coming from.
Yeah, it's all about the flanks for Ala. We already saw it come out huge in that top side once, and it's going to be even bigger around this objective coming up here. But I do want to check in on BLG a little bit here. We were talking about them as kind of a powder keg, right? Like a strong start, but a little bit of a lackluster finish here. And I feel like we didn't get that exactly strong start. We got some of that trading back and forth, but BLG as a whole, they're really going to have to step up in these next, you know, mid to late game moments to kind of change that narrative.
I feel like for BLG, it's pretty rough because you kind of need multiple members sitting near or on top of Doggo to make sure Doinby plus Tarzan doesn't do too much.
Ala's on the flank.
Ala might have it.
He doesn't have flash, so he can't get it, but he's going to pop it anyways. They have a lot of damage on the Crisp, and now Ben looking to be that front line, going right back in. Oh, Icon picking up a kill to Ala. They don't have the front line as much anymore, but Light whips out the Moonlight Vigil, backing away a lot of members from BLG.
Still, though, I mean, we see it right there for BLG. I feel like that's what they need. They need to be able to play off of LNG's aggression coming into them. They don't have a lot of great ways, in my mind, to force into what LNG have, other than trying to find those isolated picks, which LNG haven't given the opportunity for. If they can stay in this close-knit formation, make it rough for anyone to come in and just outright delete Doggo, then there'll always be a chance to win once the like first rotation of spells comes out from LNG, right? Because LNG's comp is very one punch KO. There's only one Slicing Maelstrom, only one Paranoia. I guess 2 presses of Cyclone, but you get what I mean, right? Once those abilities are down, BLG can try and win on the retreat.
Yeah, something else we got to point out here with a minute until the next Dragon, and I was saying LNG might want to up the ante on the pressure around these objectives. They're going with some tanky stats here, right? We got maybe the Death Dance a little bit less so, but Tarzan whipping that out as the second item completion, but it's Doinby with that Randuin's, that tankiness. And he has just been the, I'm going to go in, let's distract. If we get kills, that's awesome. But they utilized it so beautifully around the mid lane last time. And that's some of that utility you're getting from the Nocturne from Doinby.
It's also just Doinby showing that the only damage he feels like he has to respect is Doggo's. Ox was talking about it yesterday about Ahri not really being the highest damage, you know, mid lane mage assassin in the game. He did go with the Leandri, so we'll be trying to do a bit more to those frontline members of LNG, kind of accepting his role of having to deal with whatever challenger tries to approach on the back line. And BLG so far just continuing having to give up side waves against LNG, which is even just letting this gold lead slowly inch higher. Because right now, sitting at 5K, but BLG at least a team who, if they can pick this dragon, would be sole point.
I mean, I guess they're not technically forced, but they feel like they are. They have a minion wave, you know, going into the top side of the map, but they need to feel at least like they need to fight over this dragon here. And the setup for them is nice. They'll be here, but now the flank from Ala, they're going to try to get the engagement off early, but Tarzan, they're distracting again. The utility is huge, and here comes Ala from around the block, and everybody from BLG is terrified. LNG is going to sweep through the rest of BLG. Maybe they left Ala out. Oh! They left Ala out to dry.
That hurts. For LNG, though, I mean, They did a great job. The coordinated engage, get right on top of Doggo, and you just don't have the peel necessary to keep him safe from the amount of threat that is there from LNG's composition. With multiple members down, I wouldn't be surprised if they start heading towards that Baron, but we'll see it here. They've been doing such a great job of keeping these back wards there. Light immediately having to cleanse up from the play, but look, Paranoia straight on top of Doggo. Sure, he gets away, but once Allah gets in, there you go. All BLG members have to be grouped in one place to try to peel for their AD carry. He goes golden, but the damage has already been done. All of LNG's members already low from the Cyclone Slicing Maelstrom combination.
The duality of a 5-man Slicing Maelstrom into death. You saw him scratching his head there. He's like, I'm not going to survive. But it's actually incredible from LNG. And it's a little bit of, falling asleep at the wheel, I feel like, for BLG. We've seen they've been setting up these flanks, and they fell right into the trap.
I really feel like for BLG it is hard. It's kind of great, the Kennen plus Nocturne combo.
Yeah.
Because, right, since you have Kennen and Wukong jumping in, like for BLG, they feel like they have to be there to protect Doggo. They have to be in a close radius. Who loves that? Kennen. Kennen loves that you're being grouped up so close-knit. Like, think about that last fight. BLG looked like they were in a Jarvan ulti with just how they were all right on top of each other. It sets up perfectly. Now we'll see for LNG, probably going to opt into playing out through 2 lanes. Picking up blue now. He could go up top as Tarzan might be caught out.
He does have the clone there, though, so a lot of aggression for BLG, but Paranoia is going to be popped as they might look for the re-engage here. Ben is just out. He's all by himself. Uh-oh. Okay, do it, B. Okay, do it, B. He's trying to take a 1v4. That ain't going to work out for him. Icon gets the kill, but it's traded for Ben.
I have no words.
I don't know why he was there.
I don't know what Doonby's thought process was in terms of how he's going to be able to get out of there, or even if he thought he could find a kill on someone and trade 1 for 1. Don't know how that's worth, but okay, Doonby, you did it. LNG, though, do still manage to pick up a bot lane turret, are going to keep trucking forward. This is a 4v4, but Icon misses everything.
He can't hit the charms. LNG just have a resistance to the charms at this point. It will be Lumau's flash, though. The light is trying to pop off here with the Gale Force forward. It's an inhib in trouble here, though. As they move forward, they take this inhib, and a huge wave of pressure now going to be on the bottom side against BLG.
And it's just rough, right? Because Tarzan was actually pushing in the mid wave that whole time. But considering your only engage options there with Ben dead, or Charm, or Death Sentence, that was BLG's prime opportunity to try and find a fight where they have a 4v3, but not able to connect any of the abilities they need. At least BLG should be able to keep hold of this red buff. And at this point, with an 8k gold lead, Mazel, BLG will take what they can get.
Oh, absolutely. You take as many picks as you could possibly find and get. We'll actually get a replay of that, so maybe we get to see exactly what happened.
Okay, so they all in onto this 2-man play on bot side, and Tarzan goes in for that. But yeah, I think this is the cool thing, right? Weiwei feels like he has to back off, which leaves the Sejuani by himself because the Paranoia comes through. Just doing be pushing that button puts so much pressure on that core to not be able to walk forward to help Ben. I just don't think there was a reason for Doonby to follow it through. Hitting the Paranoia the first time, putting the pressure there, great. The recast, it was fun.
Okay, it was the lantern, all right? That's what baited him. He didn't expect. He saw Weiwei out in the jungle near his teammates. Like, I'm going to do that, but he didn't expect it.
We might have more action already.
All right, I feel you, okay? I feel you, Doonby. I see you. But yeah, the top lane is the pressure. Crisp can't get the Death Sentence to land here, and it's going to continue to be in the mid lane, at least. Pressure from LNG, as they have Allah pushing that. Doonby's in the top side as a distraction, as a way of putting more pressure in to leave Allah in his own. They could just look at all 3 inhibs at this point.
Makes it so easy to play this 2-lane setup when you already have an inhibitor down in bot side. They're walking forward aggressively just to posture and threaten the opportunity of a dive to come through, but it's going to allow them to take this
Look
inhibitor.
at this. They have super minions on the bottom. They have to deal with them as well, but they can't right now. They're going to try to defense around this mid lane potentially because the top side inhib is already gone, but LNG are going to be able to collapse onto this if Allah can actually push in this minion wave.
Yeah, again, they're just keeping the pressure there, waiting for the wave to come in with the Kennen while Doonby threatening on that side. BLG really have an impossible task. And we've already seen LNG consistently winning out in team fights. and that's with us not having to talk about Light at all, and he's massive. We can already see the damage he's putting on Bin.
That's Paranoia popped. Allah's on the side. He's got the flank here with the TP. He's got to pop the Slicing Maelstrom. He gets down. Moonlight Vigil. Everyone's getting jiggy with it. And LNG, they are sweeping through BLG at this point. Yes, Allah goes down, but that is, at this point, tradition for this first game. Doggo's trying to outplay Light, but there is no way Jose and LNG, through domination from early game to the finish, will take game number 1 of this best of 5.
I love the idea that LNG came into this series with. We've already gotten to see the special preparations coming through, the Nocturne that Duneby's been preparing specifically for the RE matchup, having, you know, other things come out like the Kennen and topside, the Wukong Avatars, just this all-in dive composition makes it so hard, you know, for Doggo to be able to play the game, and they really just executed on it so well. They did a great job at, you know, finding their own aggressive plays, whether it was around, you know, top side of the map or bot once the Paranoia came online, but even being able to outplay the aggression that was trying to come out from BLG. Like, let's remember that very early dive bot side that BLG went for, and ultimately LNG were the team that traded up in kills because, I mean, the dive not necessarily botched in my mind. It was just such a rough dive to look for when you already have these members sitting on 100% HP and you're having to go in with this awkward setup with the turret damage ramping up. It was rough, but LNG bring it home in a pretty clean fashion.
For me, it was just seeing Tarzan being decisive and Duneby following him up with the Paranoias. Like, that combo was so deadly, right? And seeing that,
and that in the Kennen,
the Kennen on top of it, like just the setup for it all to go down, and all, like, it all just worked out so picture perfect for LNG, because the entire time also you're getting so many resources to the Aphelios, who is helping put down the damage when the Kennen goes in. So I think that the compositional difference here for LNG really helped them, but it was that early advantage that they didn't give up on, right? The fact that they were transitioning around the map very well.
But there it is, right? I said it right at the end. We never really had a lot of opportunities to talk about Light because the whole flashiness and the whole selling point of LNG's comp is the dive aspect, right? Is the amount of pressure they're putting on the backline. The thing that does as a byproduct is it leaves Light untouched to just auto-attack, to free hit scot-free in these fights and put up these huge damage numbers. LNG really coming together as a unit in this first game, and this looks like what we saw in that final series of the season when we got Allah back in onto the Rift and they were able to bring out competitive showings.
And for me as well, like Duneby, the tank build on the Nocturne, really realizing even if he got some of those early advantages, it was Light who was going to be the carry here, and the willingness to let that work out, right? Like 37.2% damage done for the team. That ain't too shabby, and I think this team is bending and flexing. It's actually truly scary for BLG to find a win, because we said for BLG, right, strong starts, slow finish. Well, there was not a strong start in that one.
No, there wasn't, and that's what made it hard. And for LNG, you already hit on it, trying to recreate the run that they were able to make last year in summer, you know, going all the way to Worlds, having to play, I can't remember, like 15,
so many,
like 5,000 games of League of Legends. And, you know, it is going to be possible for them to recreate that here. And it's already a good show, off to a good start with this first game against BLG.
It is indeed. It is our first game done for this best of 5, though. We do have to take a break, as we all know. We will be back with game 2 very shortly.
Such a good setup. Finally getting some gold, but do they care? I mean, IG might even 4v5. The all-in, Mole over the wall, and Chrono Trigger part 2. It's a time crisis for IG's AD carry. Genji now joins in. I'm just waiting for the brink of this fight, and he's still so cheap with his bone skewers. But Xiao flashing forward, gets stunned up. The RNG mid laner with a massive whoopsie as he's now in the middle, but it could be a bait with the shock down from Gala. Breeze joins in. It was a bait, but X marking the spot as an invigorous shadow comes through. And Yeji as well. Look at this Pike support. Reset, reset, reset. Another onto Ming. Reset. Jin Zhao onto Gala. Reset, no! The Immortal Shield Bow comes in clutch. And Gala again. Stop giving this man Zeri. It's too shocking.
Here in the sniper of what you're looking to do, but with the amount of vision control they had on that side of the map, is Allah needs to be careful.
He
needs to be very careful. I think he might be going down if he's not, but he can turn this one around. He's got to tough it out, so he's regenning back. He's looking to do it, and there's the solo kill.
Cabbage to be able to bring it home. SOFM looking to bring another challenge.
He doesn't want to go too crazy into this one, though. He does know that Hala can maybe try and turn this one around. Look at the attack speed. He's got the tower with him as well. He gets the knock-up, but the shield is good. And now he's going to try and go into the tower. No way! No way! Welcome back, Hala!
Higgs. And it's on Doggo again. As much as he survives, and it's someone else who goes,
oh my god. Bin just goes in 1v5 and it comes way to follow it up. Bin is an absolute monster. He's unstoppable. And now turning it into more as well. Doggo here to sweep up some kills. But Bin, take a bow. He dominates WE. Playing the aggressive stance there. Tian goes straight for Betty. Betty has nothing to say at this point, but Tian might have overextended. Shadow Surge gets Jackie Love. Harder shuts him down. Shadow Surge reset, but the rest of his team is getting picked up. He goes back in. He's trying to get the damage on the back line. This is actually working out for anyone's legend, but here comes Tian. He's going ham with the World Ender, but he gets caught under tower. He takes down Betty. It's a quick fight back and forth. AL Knight shows true in the end, and Knight will take them down.
I saw you standing there the first night that we met. You tried to look as though you hadn't seen me yet, but I can see right through you. Your blood is cold, but mine too, yeah. You're playing games to which I rolled the rules, pretending that you were as likely to forget. That's worth a maybe. We pushed each other and became close to the edge. And now we're here, we might just build a bridge. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control, not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on a spot. Not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control, not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. inside my mind. It's around the time when my day would be about to end. Now it's Friday night, you know I really tried, but I lost you in the crowd again. The way that you behave makes it hard to say that I'm into you. You're never quite the same when it's getting late. If I had to choose, I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight is gone? It's like I haven't met you yet. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. All alone, inside at home, never pull me when I hold your hand. Now I tag along, trying to hold on, cause you feel like running wild again. The way that you behave makes it hard to say that I'm into you. You're never quite the same when it's getting late. If I had to choose, I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight is gone? It's like I haven't met you yet. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. Oh,
我觉得季后赛跟常规赛的区别就是常规赛是 BO3，季后赛是 BO5吧，就是要看选手的英雄池。因为常规赛的话 ，BO3 你是很多可能你比如说准备了一些黑科技嘛，可能可以赢一把，拿这个东西赢一把，但最多只能赢一把，因为第二把会被ban。但是季后赛的话没有那么多班位，而且要打个可能最坏的情况可能要打5场吧，要打满的话要打到最后一把，打到最后那个一把，最后一把就是打5场。所以要看选手的英雄池，黑科技最多只能1-2场。我觉得我们肯定能进决赛。
Well, creative champions can only win 1 or 2 games. Well, hey, they got one under their belt. The Nocturne mid lane coming out huge for DoinB. Love hearing some of that, best of 5 talk from the man himself. But we got to give out an MVP from that first game. It will not be DoinB. It will be his counterpart, the man from the jungle, the guy swinging through the vines with the loincloth. It is Tarzan.
Yeah, and just well-deserved. I mean, great performance overall. I love the composition that LNG came into this game with. It just put so much threat on the backline of BLG. And BLG's damage source is pretty much only going to come from Doggo, right? We have Ahri in the mid lane. We have a bunch of tanks surrounding the Draven. It's all going to be on him. Tarzan always finding a way on top of multiple members. Great Cyclone usage. And in the early game, got this fantastic start with First Blood, backs buys a longsword, and did a great job of finding these kills, playing off the mistakes coming out from BLG, and leading LNG into a strong mid-game.
And back to the point I made before we went to break, right? It was the decisiveness from Tarzan that I absolutely loved and made the difference for me, right? The willingness to go for some of these plays, knowing DoinB is just a call away with the paranoia.
It was great, right? They always knew the opportunity where they can go in full force and be able to find these kills. And then even their vision.
Yeah.
Like, their vision was so good. I'm so glad it instantly goes into a play where we have a flank coming through. Because there's always this, right? Tarzan DoinB finding this coordinated jump in onto multiple targets. You buy enough time for Ala to find the TP flank and come from behind. Again, to me, this game really did start with draft, but ended with execution. It was all there. And we said LNG last year, making that run from round 1, playing the 7 series, making it all the way to Worlds, going to look to do it once again. and gonna look to do once again. I mean, we have former teammates on both sides, right? Chris, Doinby, FPX, long time together. LNG, I mean, Icon and Tarzan were that duo that went on that run together, going head-to-head today.
Oh, man, it's so fun to hear. And especially Icon, right? Like, he's got to have a little bit of fire in his heart after that first game, right? He got countered. He got taken out by a crazy pick from Doinby. You got to expect that Icon is going to come out with some fire in game number 2 because he needs to. But that brings the question, do we see that ban adaptation? Do we see Nocturne take it away at this point? Is it too much of a problem?
I don't think there's a universe where you ban out Nocturne in your first 3 bans. I think 4-5, it is a potential, right? Because if you want to pick the Ahri, do it on that 3rd pick. You can then ban out the Nocturne, and then you see what else Doinby does have to offer. Because, he does have numerous creative picks in his pocket. Another one I highlighted that he isn't really, specifically known for, but has been playing a little bit of as well is the Pantheon. I've seen him playing the Malphite still in solo queue, the Renekton, the Kled. All of those picks are still there that Icon's going to have to account for, which is also why I thought maybe BLG would be coming in with a higher priority on things like the Azir and maybe lean a little bit more into the scaling side of them that we did see a lot throughout the split.
I love Doinby talking about those creative picks, the 1 or 2 wins per, but if you have a couple creative picks, that's a series, right? That's the entire series. So I'm very excited to kind of see what Icon comes back to this one, right? Facing against the replacement from LNG, looking at Tarzan, like, man, we had that run. It felt so good. I don't want you to be able to do that with Doinby at this point and pushing up BLG's expectation. We already said, right? It's been a long time. It's been a long time for BLG. They haven't had that deep playoff run since 2019 where they finished 4th. So this is, again, needing to even up the series somewhere, somehow, some way. We don't have a change up of sides. LNG will be on the blue side, BLG on that red side. BLG banned away the Renekton, the Zeri, the Kennen. It's the Vi, Kalista, and LeBlanc from LNG.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan's Poppy's open. I'd be so surprised if they don't go towards this. When Poppy really started poking her head back into the meta, I thought Tarzan looked so exceptional on this pick. He was giving interviews just saying how obscenely strong he thinks it is. They're going to go towards it once again. And, it feels like this is a good time to give a reminder before we get too far into pick ban that in this round of playoffs, LNG get to pick sides for whatever 3 games they want. You assume they picked game 1, 2, and 3. That is the typical of what you do pick. We saw OMG do that yesterday. So LG just going to be able to keep hammering out blue side and potentially look for that 3-0.
I really love seeing Tarzan on the Poppy. It is terrifying because it's just a perfect tool for him to get that early advantage we need for LNG. The Trundle coming back out for BLG here. I think there were some positives for Weiwei on that pick, but I think it wasn't as proactive as maybe you would want to see it be. And I wonder how they tool the rest of this competition because they did not have a teamfight comp to go into a teamfight comp that LNG grabbed last time. But Talia makes it through the ban as Kennen replaced her, and BLG picked that right up for Icon.
So this will at least give them more damage if we do go late. Obviously, a ton of zone control also able to come out from Talia, but ever since those changes came through, just able to function as that late game carry for her side. For LNG, the Aphelio's still open, the Lucian Nami is there. I'm kind of interested to see what they want to go for, and they opt into the aggressive route. When Lucian Nami started falling out of favor for a lot of LPL teams, LNG were actually one of the teams that would stick to their guns, keep going towards this duo, and show that they are still able to make it work. They are still able to find those kills in the 2v2. And I love this. This is something Doggo has been playing quite a lot of. We had it played once by LGD in their very last series. They found a win on it versus RNG. Could be rough in the early laning phases, but this is a melee skirmisher. Wants to get up in your face. You can lock people down with your ultimate. If you can chain that with other AoE damage or other ways to be able to pick off numerous targets. We saw LGD do it with Pyke. It would be fantastic. Also, typically does pair well with the Enchanters because of her passive where it does buff up heals and shields given. So, yeah, we're going to see what Dogg was able to do with this one. It definitely fits his aggressive all-in play style.
It absolutely does, and kind of throwing a wrench in the works in terms of LNG's plans. And I love this. I want to see what Chris is going to pair alongside it. But we're already looking at the second phase of bans. LNG know they need to take some of those tools away from that bottom lane duo. They get the Yumi out of there. On the side of BLG, they get the Akali ban again against Doinby from last game and the Sejuani this time.
Yeah, so I want to see where BLG, if they go that same route that we typically see of the Nilas, of like we said, Things like the Yumi, Lulu's another big one that you see paired a lot with her, and Solo Q and the Pike. Like we said, that's what LGD were able to do with her. If they did go for an Enchanter route, though, it would be a little rough in terms of the lack of engage coming through from their side. But surprisingly, instead of going and just picking support matchup now when they already know the enemy bot, they feel like going straight towards Bin's Jax is what's needed. So far, BLG having that side lane pressure.
Let's go! Let's go! I've been grinning. I've been waiting. I'm holding my teeth together here, Lyric, as I'm watching them lock this in. We had a very one-sided, I feel like, top side last time with a lot of focus from Weiwei for Bin, right? They punished Ala, but Ala came out better for it in the end. This time, it's going to be a lot of that side lane fighting. It's the Fiora versus Jax, the volatility. I'm here for it. And Doinby whipping out the Corki here to round out the composition.
So for LNG, they're at least saying where they're going to play around, right? It's going to be all around the spot side, scaling in top, scaling in mid, and going to be a lot coming into the side of BLG. So far, hovering the Renata and Chris Renata, it's something we were talking up in last pick ban about just how quickly he gravitated towards it in the LPL and what it would be able to do. But no! Last second swapping to the Amumu. So it seems like kind of slamming their foot on the gas pedal. They know the Corki and the Fiora on the opposite side. It's going to be rough when it goes late. Sure, you have the Jax pick available, but I feel like Fiora, if she finds that lead, is going to be able to do so well. We know Doinby going to be able to output so much damage on the opposing side as well. So Crisp, I think, going to be crucial in terms of finding that huge ulti, set up for Icon and a seismic shove, getting Doggo right in the middle of the fray, getting off all his damage with the ulti as well. LNG, early game, playing through that bot lane, but mid, strong front to back, and then playing out that 1-4 with the Fiora up in the side lane.
Oh, man, we got such different focuses from that first game. Now we're seeing the adaptation come through, hoping for a little bit of that proactivity coming out from BLG this time around. But it is a damage center focus for LNG. It is Doinby and Light with the burst damage to make it happen, and a little bit more of that safety, a little bit more of that setup for BLG.
For BLG, I mean, they're going to need a strong bounce back coming through. We'd like to see Bin do well early, but I think especially just mid-jungle hovering down towards that bottom half of the map, trying to find Doggo and Crisp an early lead. Hopefully not going awry like we saw in game 1 with that early turret dive.
I'm hoping we get a level 1 here again, and maybe we just make it a tradition between these two teams. It is LNG versus BLG, game 2 of our round 1 playoffs here in the summer split. BLG, again, trying to bounce back from a very devastating game 1 loss with some spicy picks from LNG, so spicy gameplay, but now they have found themselves a little bit more of a centered composition, and as we get to it, it is Summoner's Rift time, it is the LPL playoffs, and again, it's LNG versus BLG.
This time around, both teams going to be looking for strong starts down in that bottom lane, but BLG actually wanting to try and find this level 1 advantage for Bin up in topside. Ala is still hovering, which is making Weiwei want to stick around. But still, despite this, I mean, volatile matchup in the topside right could go either way depending on if that parry can come through for the counter-strike, which is very hard to do, which is why we usually do see Jax able to come out ahead in the early matchup. And then bot lane as well. I mean, Lu Shinami, this lane that does trade so aggressively, especially once it hits that level 3 mark, the one-item power spike up against an Amumu. Constantly going to be looking for those bandage tosses. Doggo wanting to use that E dash in, get as much damage off as possible. Marcel, I feel like we could be set up for a lot of fighting on both sides of the map.
Yeah, especially early on. I feel like when LNG get to that level 3 mark on bottom lane, obviously that's when Light and Lumao will be looking to push as much of their advantage as possible, but it's about keeping the pressure up, I feel like, a lot of times against Anila, and we'll see if they can actually do that one and where these junglers path to, right? We do have opposite side starts for both junglers, and I think that pathing is going to be so important, as we said, for both these teams, but again, a lot of it relies around this mid lane. I want to talk about this matchup a little bit more. Obviously, Weiwei wants to talk about it too, as he's trying to visit Doinby early on. But I feel like a much more scaling pick for Doinby this time around. And maybe that could come back to bite him if he doesn't have that level 6 proactivity maybe. Doinby gets over the wall with the early Valkyrie though.
I mean, nice of him, be able to hit level 2 right after the pillar comes out, so he knows he doesn't have to be too afraid. He can just use that Valkyrie to escape. But the fact that Weiwei does pop his head in early, now LNG know exactly where he is towards that bottom half of the map.
Yeah, and they'll hopefully play towards that at least. It does look like Tarzan's pinging towards that side of the jungle as well. Go for that aggression on the Poppy. Don't know if that's necessarily going to work out for him as Weiwei up in buffs. I think he's just going to see that Weiwei went that way, and he's going to go back towards his top side of the map. Counter-Strike on top lane. It is just that volatility we're seeing in the early levels.
Well, so far, been able to get control of the lane, right? This is kind of what we expected to be able to come through, and Tarzan wanted to use the prio and bot to look for the invade, but instead going to try and get a flash on Icon.
The flash on Icon! Oh, man. Doing being Tarzan, they are making it hurt against Icon.
And this is why we said the early game all revolves around Tarzan for LNG. We nicknamed them the Friends of the Forest, and that he really is willing to play to all three of his lanes. Hovers bot, thinks about the potential invade, now mid, and now once again looking to make his way to top.
And Bin's
very far forward.
Bin literally had a ward in the river. I'm losing my words at this point. That Counter-Strike is huge, though. Tarzan doesn't have much to follow it up because that wave was huge for Ala. So not going to be too much, at least, but it's a little bit of that scariness, I feel like, coming up for BLG already. They don't want to lose a game like they lost in game 1.
To be fair to Bin in that situation, I think he knew it was fine. He already hit on it. The wave being there, Ala already being so low, he would be able to escape in the end. And we're going to get a replay. I assume it's going to be of the pick.
Oh, and it's directed cam.
I was going to say, we just need the nice cinematic because we also, what happened, goes for the E into the flash right onto the wall. Gatling gun already popped. Q comes through. Icon doesn't even get a chance to try to escape from the play.
Oh, man. That is so huge for LNG in terms of a momentum from the mid lane, from the jungle. We saw it come out so huge for them last time around. Now Weiwei wants to get his own revenge, at least on the map, and right back to the focus on Ala. Ben takes a bit of an early trade on, so it won't end up in Weiwei getting off a gank.
So LNG stabilized in top. Their bot lane also getting pretty far ahead because they were actually holding that wave close to their turret, slow pushing, stacking it up, going to build a big wave for Doggo to go up against. And for Doggo, I mean, as Nila, you do have 2 dashes, right? Your E does hold up to 2 charges, so you have a lot of mobility, a lot of escape potential. But not having a flash can feel pretty rough, running the Ghost for team fights, but also taking the cleanse to be able to escape from things like the bubble coming through. So if LNG can keep compounding on this advantage, they're already starting to stack up in bot lane, it's going to be quite rough because Nila, I feel like, is very Amumu-esque in terms of she's...
Wow.
Oh, engage!
Chris, really... Oh, but that was such a good bubble back. Doggo just trying to take the aggression, but needs to be very, very careful as he almost goes down his own right. That was a clutch cleanse, but it's both summoners from Doggo that are down now.
And it's one of those things where, sure, Nila has those 2 dashes, but once you go in, it is pretty rough to be able to get out. So you're looking for those all-in windows to be able to find those advantages. And the fact that they didn't find it, like you said, all Doggo's sums already blown. LNG's bot lane, of course, having the range advantage. They're just going to be able to completely abuse this.
The Friends of the Forest are calling to the bot lane. They try to get Tarzan down there with the Hex Flash. Maybe he can make something happen. We're looking back at the top side here between the trading of Bin and Ala that has been just consistent so far. Been actually taking the worst end of the trade at this point in the matchup, but now actually focusing back down towards the bottom lane. The pressure might be answered to by Weiwei, who is hovering down that way.
In my mind, that's what you want as well, is Bin. Okay, just a bit of trading coming through. Are we going to get the full-on scrap? As hell is So, looking at bot lane, right, actually going into the point, when you draft engaged melee supports up against enchanters, and especially having this 225 range 80 carry, I think it is a lot about bringing jungle in, but Light!
Oh my god! Light makes the difference!
LNG's bot lane coming out ahead. I mean, BLG set it up themselves, looking for that earlier all-in, getting chunked so low. But I love Light with the killer instinct. They wait around, they hide in the brush, and they wait for him to go for the CS and take advantage of the opportunity. This is one of the reasons why I feel like we haven't really seen Nila, is because of the early struggles that you can have. And LNG, definitely a duo that are going to punish this.
Talk about punish, man. That is not how you want to see it go. Tarzan getting the early kill. Now Light having so much advantage into this burst-heavy bottom lane that they can use with such aggression. Tarzan steals the Scuttle Crab away. Nothing going the way of BLG at this point.
Mazel, they're living in BLG's heads after 1 game. It's only been 1 game.
Oh, man. The Nocturne just breaks the brain sometimes. It's turning out so heavily early game focus for LNG. And that's what we said was a lot of the strength for BLG, right? We were talking about their flexibility, their change of focus to get to the bottom lane in the late parts of the season, but we're just not seeing them be proactive, and it's working out in LNG's favor.
I mean, to be fair, right, we did see them attempt to be proactive in game
did.
1 from both mid and bot, and it just backfired in their face. I mean, you were right. It was a powder keg that blew up in their own faces, to where this time around it seems like being a bit more hesitant, but at the same time, I feel like you're just opening so many opportunities up for LNG. Rift Herald now on the board now. We've seen LNG able to keep up Prio with their bot lane if they wanted to look to try to find the full rotation on that. But BLG as well, already having Weiwei up towards that top side. Could potentially try and get a gank onto Ala and be the first pair onto the Rift. But at the same time, I feel like LNG should have a decent idea of what BLG are looking for.
So I want to go back to our main focus of this series, right? The mid lane, which has been so crucial, at least so far in the series. With this one, obviously Tarzan getting the early lane focus there. But how does Icon really influence his game from here, right? I think you have a lot of options, but where would you like to see him go?
Mazel, we will get back to that because LNG are full rotating their lane up. I guess if you want to know what I want to see Icon do right now, is not have to get caught out by Light and Lumao. I mean, the Prio coming out for bot lane doing so much as Tarzan.
Tarzan with the big brain play! Ben had no idea. He's going over. Ala follows him, and it's devastation. Weiwei's in the pit here. He does have the tectonics and a lot of damage from Icon over the wall. So you wanted to see a little bit from Icon. Here we go. Rift Herald does get set up, though. Reset. Rift Heralds have a little bit of fun in the pit. But LNG now trying to force a fight here, try to get Weiwei. The flash comes out early, though, and that's nicely done. Chris gets an engage. Not going to find too much as the Keeper's Verdict now comes out. And the poke damage, the Curse of the Sad Mummy, is going to come out, but it's not enough. The Apotheosis is enough to get one back, but it's not enough to take down Light, who is the main source of damage. And Doinby comes through with a clutch kill as well. It's reminiscent of game number 1.
LNG just doing so much better in these skirmishes. Doinby gonna be happy getting himself a blue buff after that. Lumao with the red buff as well to just keep hammering home on these trades in the 2v2. We'll see exactly how it happened because you highlighted it. Tarzan taking matters into his own hands, swinging from the vines, gets been knocked into the wall to guarantee the stun, and then Ala following up with the flash. Actually preemptively does it. Beautiful play coming out from Ala. Now left a little bit in no man's land trying to follow up the trade. Does give Icon a great seismic shove, but then you're left in this position where it's like, okay, BLG wanting to find this engage, come out from Crisp, then you layer on the damage from Icon. They try to do it, but once Weiwei has to flash out, and we're going to see here, Tarzan already using his ulti, knocks one away. Crisp has to flash because he's pretty much in there alone, and they're very easily able to finish off the rest of these kills. But Mazel, there's a dragon happening in the bottom left-hand of our screen.
There absolutely is. We get to see the rest of this play, but it looks like BLG at least will be able to get their first objective of the game. Again, we saw that last time in game number 1, and them binding the early dragons, but it was LNG binding the Rift Herald, and they do so again.
So BLG at least able to take advantage of LNG using their play and using their window to be able to pick up that Herald after the fight had already gone through. And with Ala doing so well in this matchup to start out with, Tarzan looks like he wants to capitalize. And look, Doinby's making his way as well.
I'm just wondering why BLG didn't whip out the machetes. Like, you see all the vines around around the rift here, and I you know, it's just giving Tarzan so many options. He does get a nice trade back. The Weaver's Wall comes through. Tarzan falls, so the Vine didn't help him that much that time.
Oh!
There's the Tectonic, and now it's Doinby going down too. Icon is cleaning up house here. He wants to take down Ala as well. He does have a lot of rocks to throw, but Weiwei here to help him out as well. Does use the subjugation there. Ala goes down to Icon, and all of a sudden he's alive again.
LNG starting to throw away some of the lead that they've been able to find. Just not reading BLG matching the roam. I feel like Tarzan going for the solo trades onto Bin was a little bit too much. Opens up for that damage to be able to come through, and then from there it was just tragedy. BLG going to capitalize, taking plates inside. You can see on the minimap, LNG still hammering away on this mid lane turret.
I mean, they know exactly where to go with the gold. They know they need to get Light a little bit more here. Crisp needs to get himself out of here as he's asking for help potentially from Doggo, but Tarzan is just slowly making the health bar go down. Here, Doggo does have that separation now, as actually Curse the Sad Mummy comes out from Chris, but that's a big ulti down, and more pressure on bottom lane for LNG.
And for LNG now, I want to see them take this Scuttle Crab. They can force their way into BLG's jungle and get some vision down, at least clear away some of these wards, right? Because now Crisp has to back, use that window that you just created for yourselves. And now we'll see Tarzan wanting to go in so aggressively and start this trading off, but Ala hammering away on turret. They're kind of waiting for Doinby to meet the spells. They're not reading this follow-up coming out from Icon so quickly.
Yeah.
Beautiful seismic shove. And the whole time Doinby tanking this turret allows for these 2 kills to go through. And then Ala left all by his lonesome. Once Weiwei's here, just know it's over.
I will say, unfortunate for Doinby, he did Valkyrie across the ground, which does a lot of damage to you when you're walking through that, so, or at least using a movement ability through. So a bit unfortunate the timing there. Also got hit by the Tectonic, also got hit by the tower. So just, again, not reading the room, at least in that moment for LNG. They still find themselves in a big lead here, and in terms of map pressure, feels really good. But you got to see a little bit of cleaning up here unless you want that powder keg to blow up in your face, LNG.
So interestingly, we have Doggo going for the Gale Force Neela build. When LGD played it, we of course saw the Eclipse come out, bit of an earlier spike, pretty nice with what it's able to do. Sometimes you see the Immortal Shield Bow to index more into that late game and sustain as well. Gale Force, it's just be able to close as much distance, get on top of that back line, and try to follow through and burst out. Maybe could be playing 2 parts here, considering, you know, a lot of times Neela does take flash in solo queue, so also does just give him an extra dash, even if he did have to escape or get away from the fight. But I feel like for Doggo, for Crisp, that isn't really the goal.
Now, I want to ask you a little bit more about the setup for BLG here, because it feels like we've stabilized to some extent, right? Ben is starting to feel pretty strong in the side lane. Weiwei obviously knows that, and they're going to try to punish Ala even more than they have already in this series. Tarzan does get Icon Splash, but for BLG, how do you see them setting up in terms of like trying to contest these objectives, trying to find a win condition here, being behind?
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
It doesn't start with this.
Chris.
Oh man, Chris gets locked down, CC'd, misses the bandage toss. Will die to Lumal as well, as Icon's now under turret with a wave crashing, and Tarzan tries to find the wall, but it doesn't matter because Light just cleans up the kill with his burst damage.
And now for LNG, just going to be able to take the spot lane turret as well. Dragon coming up in 50 seconds. They did get the vision in BLG's bot side jungle after they chunked out Crisp solo last time. So even having information on where Weiwei is right now, should be able to maintain this control, get back on the Rift, and start looking to make sure that BLG doesn't get themselves a second Dragon for free.
It was tower taken, though, and a lot of gold given over to Light now. 3-0-3 will be close to completing that second item for sure, but we already see Doggo with that movement to mid lane, facing up against Doinby. We have Weiwei trying to clear out some vision around this dragon. We saw BLG take 2 dragons early last game. See if they want to do so again, as they've already moved Ben down as well.
I'm actually really interested, going back to your last question about BLG and how they want to like fight this out, and like seeing what they do, right? Because, I mean, you have champions like Neela, like Amumu that want to jump in. Icon kind of just wants to play from a range, throw out his Qs, see for an opportunity if Chris stuns anyone to hit a seismic shove, and then you're kind of having Bane come in on flanks if he is getting out pressured in side lanes by Ala. But that could be a little bit awkward running into a Corki, running into a Lucian, if you can't just outright lock both of their carries down, so then Doggo can go in and get that damage in, because if not, I mean, Neela could be jumping into a Lucian and, okay, maybe only Doinby got locked down. Well, now Neela's going to get burst out by the Lucian, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be, definitely have to be very well coordinated coming out from BLG for their team fights to work.
Tarzan is just such a menace on this Poppy. He just knows how to, you know, be a thorn in the side a lot of the time, it feels like. Doinby has the package available here. Have a lot of pressure on the bottom lane against him with Icon and Weiwei, but LNG picking up their own pressure in the top side of the map.
Oh, and Bin's still just hovering around, but, you know, it's been so nice not having Corki for the fact that, you know, people might not know this, but we don't have game sound. So the package, I'll, don't have, you know, when package comes through Brazil, we might not always hear that sound cue, and by might not always, I mean, we'll literally never hear the sound cue.
We do not.
And we'll have to wait to be able to see it.
I see the big thing at the bottom of Corki's body, and I'm like, okay, he has package. That's all. That's what I get.
I'm just surprised they picked it up so early, and like they're finally starting Rift Herald now, but
it's already down.
I was gonna say not really well timed with any objective or what they're looking to play around. So a bit of a missed window for LNG in terms of being able to abuse that spike.
And I'm wondering if they just try to force this objective. This is where we've seen them sometimes falter. But with this lead, you would expect that, they're feeling confident in this own right. We get the Weaver's Wall actually across to reset the Rift Herald here. So BLG stopped the LNG proactive play. But now LNG try to move through the mid lane with some more pressure. The culling coming out from Light just to push BLG out.
I feel like LNG being forced off this is just, again, the timer of when they pick up that package and they're not utilizing it to hard force the Herald. They're not having to be scared from the play coming through because now BLG can just keep looking to poke their heads in, try and throw out some Qs. And if Doonby or Light overstep, that's the second bandage toss comes out from Chris. He lands the ulti, the seismic shove can follow through, Neela can go in with the ulti, and that can be the big burst that BLG needs.
BLG are a little bit hesitant to go in here. The tidal wave is already utilized. Curse the Sad Mummy onto 3 members. Do they have the front to back though as well? Alla almost goes down. The Rift Herald is down, but BLG trying to move in, and they too find some success. They don't lose a single member.
BLG find one, but LNG, I believe, were the team who were able to secure the Herald. So ultimately, I feel like LNG feeling fine with the trade that went through. And heck, that was even with Chris finding an absolutely beautiful ulti and one pick going down right away. BLG not able to push that advantage any further than that.
And it was Tarzan picking that one up in the end. So nice little decision-making, at least in the moment, right? Focus that objective, even things aren't going well. Luba with a huge tidal wave.
But still, then we see Chris able to manage the bandage toss, flashes forward, able to lock pretty much the whole LNG team down.
Yeah. I thought Alla was
going
out
down
of it.
straight away, right after Wayway flashes forward. But the problem is, once again, after that one engage comes through from the Amumu, very hard to chase down LNG. LNG actually have a lot of mobility, right? Light having a dash, Doonby having the Valkyrie available, Tarzan being able to deny people coming into him. So not really having anything left in the tank to be able to continue chasing down those kills. And coming out from that play, we see items across the board. Interestingly, Doonby not going towards an early Mythic. I don't know if people remember, but one of the reasons we started to see Corki a lot less was he got a nerf, I believe it was 2 or 3 patches ago, where the AP ratios on his rockets got taken way down. So it's interesting to see if Doonby would go maybe full AD or if he'd still go to an AP Mythic. So far, not even looking at one, and still hammering home to be able to make sure his rockets are doing a ton of damage with that mirror mana and just poke from afar.
Yeah, it's really nice to see some adaptation to the build, at least. He was going to go in all actuality. But while we have a little bit of moment, right, I do want to hop into the top lane, at least volatility in the side lane. Do you feel like Alla is going to have the upper hand in the late game, or do you feel like Bin is going to be the key factor?
We did have this matchup on the last day of LPL. I think it was the RNG LGD series. And once we got to a point that Alla can just kind of go in for these short bursty trades, proc vitals. Maybe I need to slow down because the light's caught out.
He gets completely caught on the side, has to flash over the tidal wave just as an emergency trigger here from Lumao. But that's the pressure in the mid lane, kind of give it up, and the position from LNG giving up. It doesn't look like, though, they could get much siege down because Doonby with those rockets, man.
And we could see, right, LNG not feeling too bothered. They're having the Fiora push down in the bot lane. One distinction in how these two teams will fight, and even with the top laner specifically, is Jax provides a lot more in a team fight, right? Counter-Strike, you can lock numerous members down. Your ulti giving you the resistances. For Fiora, really only a single target. Like, you can go assassinate one member maybe, but that's about the extent of your team fight prowess. So we'll see what they're able to do. Is Icon walling.
Oh my god, and Chris just gets caught on the side. He goes for that engage. He does have a nice little separation for LNG. Alla's on the side here, tries to get out with the riposte, uses it too early. Keeper's Verdict does separate way away from the fight, and LNG actually make the numbers difference in their favor, even if they were very close to getting capitalized on.
So LNG dissuading and disengaging from BLG's aggression. I'm really surprised that Icon threw out the wall so early, considering that, Drake's not even started up yet. Alla hadn't even started walking forward.
Wow.
But here we go. Herald dropped. LNG want to find this, but look at Doggo on the flank.
Oh, he's setting up on the side. Could this be the big Doggo? Oh my god, Doggo's dead. He just gets caught immediately. It's tragedy, but Bin is on to Doonby. Doonby goes down. BLG, they're flashing all over the place. Tarzan still has so much health, and LNG have routed BLG out of the pit, and it was all off the back of the pickoff on the Doggo. We said that was the biggest issue for BLG, is mid to late game catchouts, and it happens once again.
I gotta say to you, Mazel, AD carry's probably not too used to having to play flanks. Goes in completely by himself, not coordinated with the rest of his team at all. And of course, you're just gonna get blown up, doggo. Of course you are.
We've seen that
and
from him
LNG
before.
now able to take this dragon.
We've seen Doggo do that before on Zeri, right? We've seen multiple times where Doggo is confident, but then he just gets shut down.
So people are wondering, again, Neela, short-range AD carry, kind of functioning similarly to a Samira. You want to get in the thick of things, use your ultimate, lock a lot of people down, tries to go for it, gets instantly bursted out. Sure, they find Doinby once Bin gets in there on the flank, but the amount of damage that was able to come through, even from Doinby before he died, but especially from Light, is what allows him to find this. And Chris, yeah, being a bro, giving it over to his former teammate. You know, they won Worlds together. They were the best of friends, the bestest friends that he could ever be, and he's doing him a solid.
Yeah, there you go. That's definitely what it is. Absolutely. It's not, you know, Icon seething at the mouth right now, wanting to get some revenge on his replacement. It's not, you know, looking over at Tarzan, Icon's former teammate, and saying, man, why don't you give me some help here? What's up with this one-sidedness? And it's actually been incredible to see LNG navigate these fights, right? In the first two games. First game, a lot more heavy-handed for them, but it's been really interesting to see them bend through some of the advantages BLG have in their composition.
We've seen, we're seeing a TP coming out from Doinby. Package.
He's got the package available, nicely timed there. But in speaking of timing, I think Dan probably might send me a message for that one because we don't have anything but the Baron on the table.
I was going to say, are they going to go for Baron? What are we looking for, LNG? I guess picking it up there, thinking that they could have Doinby coming with a TP and maybe block off an escape path and look for the fight, but I feel like they're going to have to do something to try to force BLG into them and use this timer.
There's no way. They're just going to bait the Baron at this point, try to force BLG into the fight, right? And I think BLG realized
right call.
They are not. There's no way that they fall for this, right? They're not just going to walk into a package. But if Baron gets started up, they might just have to.
For LNG, I think you have to start it. I mean, you pick up the package, you want to find the fight. You're trying to find a way to min-max what you have over the enemy team. Already used. And
one. Oh my God, Icon almost hit. Oh, wait, he's dead. Oh no. In the end, LNG just force it. They just force the issue. Chris goes in on the back. Doggo's there, but he's already down again. It is devastation. I don't even know the words to say because BLG, they try so hard, but they never find it.
And I'm still just kind of speechless at LNG. I don't even feel like they played that entirely correctly. Has now been. Looks like he, does get away fine. But even for LNG, I feel like the package is a little bit too early, not really getting in yet. They're forced to back off the Baron, and BLG just giving themselves over on his silver platter. Now at the end of the day, LNG do get the Baron. Woo!
It's actually
showing your biases, Mazel.
Oh man,
as we see here, I mean, I feel like package used a little bit too early, forces them out of the fight, and now then being left in this position, calling, just absolutely destroying both Icon and Weiwei. Flashes out, but the auto attack had already been started and was going through. Tarzan then able to close the distance, get in there, huge knock-up, and this just starts a snowball from LNG able to come through. My God, that Nami ultimate was just perfectly timed coming out from Lumao.
For me, that has been the difference maker in this, right? He has been there in the ups and downs, right? He has been there to save with the tidal wave, but he's also been there to set up. It's every single time, like 3-4 members getting hit by this tidal wave, and it's actually incredible how Lumao has been piloting this against Crisp, who has the upper hand in terms of aggression, in terms of engage. Crisp, he gets obliterated.
Yeah, Crisp just going down completely. And, I mean, heck, we need to remember that we say Doinby and Crisp used to be teammates. Doinby and Lumao played together before. They were on JDG together in 2017. So a lot of inbuilt synergy for this LNG roster. And now using their Baron is Ala.
He gets out. That was a nice little move from Ala with all the dip, dive, and dodging. And now Tarzan with the rest of LNG trying to put pressure onto this bottom side tower. Ben tries to go right back in. That's hugely dodged away from by LNG. Chris goes in with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. He has to flash over the wall. Another tidal wave separates the fight again. The backs now coming through as the Baron buff still alive for almost a minute and 20 seconds here for LNG.
So LNG just going to be able to keep pushing forward. Ala didn't even go for the reset. Just hovering around mid, trying to use his Baron. Not close enough, and luckily BLG will deny him from being able to go through with the play. But LNG wanting to use their Baron to the fullest. So far, about a plus 3,000 gold lead from it, and they're just going to be able to keep pushing forward. They have the rockets there to just keep sieging down these turrets and making BLG's life a living hell.
Yeah, Ala, though, is aggressed on by Ben. The healing from the Grand Challenge, and now Tarzan coming through here. The counter-strike comes through. Tarzan doesn't get stunned down. Doggo tries to flash in to get the, or at least the dodge in to get the damage and get the reset on
Light
his,
gets a turret in the meantime.
Yeah, he tries to get the reset on the Ghost, but they don't really find anything for BLG, and it's their base absolutely in tatters here. And Light, every time he's getting these pop shots, he's doing like half to a quarter damage of these guys' health bar.
I love it. LNG playing so aggressive, not even going for bases, right? Kind of just pulling BLG around into different lanes and then rotating to the next one to start finishing off some of these inhibitors. Dragon is up, so you'd expect LNG now back off, go secure that second dragon for yourself, and we'll see if BLG want to contest. We don't have Curse of the Sad Mummy up just yet, no Weaver's Wall, so we are missing a few key abilities on the side of BLG. To where you look at LNG, I mean, they have all their critical ultimates up. Ala doesn't have his, but the other four are really the important ones when it comes to these fights.
Yeah, and there's nothing that BLG can do to contest this dragon. The second dragon secured for LNG themselves, but again, for me, like, seeing LNG come alive here in the playoffs has been incredible. They are trying to put the pedal to the metal themselves here. Chris Bubbles, he just pops the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and that's the difference. They are in their head. As you said earlier, Lyric, it's a double kill for Light. It might even just be a triple kill, and BLG have no hope in this game number 2.
And you can see now, LNG just gonna want to barrel down the mid lane. Light, an item and a half up over Doggo, allows him to take that fight so clean. They don't really have many minions to work with. There will be a wave here soon, but you would expect LNG should be able to close out another game right here, right now.
Literally just a dash from Light gets Icon's flash. Finn and Icon, the defense against the world here right now, but it ain't working out so far. Doomby is staying behind a little bit long, but it could just be a bait as Ala goes right back in onto Ben. It is going to be LG finally pulling out of the base, but the damage is done, and BLG, I don't know how they get out of this hole.
You know, and this reminds me of an interview we got from Ben towards the end of the split as well. We're going to have a replay here, but you know what? We can talk about this replay as well, because actually the way that Light just kind of walks out and dodges on this Curse of the Sad Mummy is really nice. Can't find the bandage toss, can't connect. It makes it so that Light can go in with this damage, flash straight into the queue, finish off with the auto attacks with the passive as well, and members of BLG just dropping like flies. But, you know, BLG look like a bit of a mess. Things are all over the place. Wendy asked Ben about, like, you know, how's the communication in team fights? How's the communication later on in the game? Like, who's the main shot caller? And Ben's reply was pretty much like, yeah, we don't really have, like, a main shot caller. And in fights, it's not about who calls what. We just try to focus on our own mechanics. And I feel like with how BLG's played all split, you can see that is now Icon's mechanics not going to be put to the test because he's just going to die.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to get out of here. He's dead. Blue buff handed over to Ala. Now they're a member down, and LNG smell blood in the water.
And now we see, after all those kills, Light is now 2 items up over Doggo on the opposing side. This should be an easy way to finish. Ult's back up on the table. A full calling was able to pretty much kill 2 members 2 fights ago. So, you know what? I'm going to bank on it now. They can probably kill 3 or 4.
There's a TP coming in from DoinB, but the fight's already kicked off. Keeper verdict. The package is used, and that's immediately BLG cut down in their ranks. They're trying to get Ben in there, trying to get the CC down. They're surviving for a little bit longer. Weiwei goes down on the backside. Ben will get a nice counter-strike here onto Light, so decent amount of damage back, but 4 members strong for LNG, and they'll push BLG to the brink of elimination, and LNG want to make the dream run happen again this summer.
LNG trying to realize their potential. This has been a team that has performed at less than the sum of their parts all split long. With the names that they have on this roster, they should not have, you know, been struggling as much as they were. Finally getting it together kind of towards the end, you know, Ala getting subbed in back over Panda C, and now coming in with such a strong showing here today. BLG look like a mess. I gotta be honest, I haven't really cared for either draft that they put out so far. I feel like we saw a lot of the struggles, especially with Neela. You fall behind early on. Once you get to mid-game, I mean, you're the type of champion that has to jump in the middle of the enemy team to be able to get, like, the maximum amount of damage possible, to be able to function in a team fight. And typically champions like that have to be ahead. That's why, again, kind of comparing her with other things like Samir, you talk about wanting to give them attention, wanting to bring jungle down there, and wanting to snowball. They weren't able to find an early lead. They weren't able to make it work in mid-game, and things kind of just looking a little bit disjointed.
Again,
honestly, feels like out of this game, maybe Bin was really the only one that was putting up a bit of a fight and, doing his best, had a bit of an impact.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah, it really was. And we said at the beginning of the day, questions remain for this BLG roster. Seeing them solidify the mid to late game, we saw it come back to bite them so heavily in both games, it felt like, but this one more egregiously so, right? Like getting the catch out from Doggo was a huge momentum shift in terms of like LNG were already in the lead, and that just helped them continue to snowball. And I think that's where you have to look at the likes of, Crisp, the veteran, right, coming through here. Icon, Bin, like we need to see the step up holistically from BLG, and we're just not getting that. LNG are slamming the door right now on playoffs.
They really are. I mean, I like how you pointed out and highlighted Lumao, because Lumao definitely had a lot of impactful ults that game. To where Crisp, I mean, even struggling to find the impactful bandage shot.
Yeah.
He's the one beautiful one, right? Landed the one right around Herald, flashes in, locks pretty much everyone down. But sadly, BLG not having enough left in the tank to be able to follow up on that. So you're right. From BLG, I don't know. I don't know how you pivot now, because Doonby came in and saying creative picks can get you a win or two. And now BLG brought out their creative pick. They weren't able to find it. LNG mostly kept it stock and standard. Like, sure, things like Corki aren't really meta right now, but it was one of Doonby's most played champions. Actually, it was Doonby's most played champion, tied with Swain and Talia, coming into the series. So still just leaning back on things that they've played before. And from game 1 to game 2, it goes back to that champion diversity that is there for LNG. Second most unique champions played in the league, and they're only one behind Weibo. That's because of On. On's played like a million champions to split.
Get you a team that can do both. Get you a mid laner like Super Carry Doonby, who whips out Nocturne in game number 1 and then brings out the tried and true Corki in game 2 with those damage percentage, the gold to damage value as well. Actually incredible stuff from them. And it's really at this point where we just turn all eyes focusing on BLG. Like, do they find an early advantage? Does the powder keg actually explode on the enemy for once at any time in this series?
I mean, it would blow my mind. Like, this was a matchup coming to the day we said this can go like a 3-0 either way or a 3-2 either way, because these teams were incredibly volatile all split long. They could have won or lost against anyone because of the talent they have on their teams, but because of the mistakes that both teams had, right? We kind of highlighted LNG when they're setups, when they're not ahead. Luckily, the series they have been ahead.
True.
And for BLG, they're just so disconnected. A lot of them get picked off so easily in the mid game. So, Mazel, we're going to find out. We're going to go on this ride together after you send us to a break.
I'm very excited to see if BLG can bring themselves back into this series to make their playoff hopes still alive somehow. LNG are one win away from securing the next round. We'll see what happens right after this break.
Level 3 for Caps. Yanka's already level 3. Larson's in trouble here. Locks in the stun card. Charmed up. Marang's on the chase though. Trippy's here as well. Larson levels up in the middle of the fight, and Yankos just able to survive.
我觉得 Caps 吧，有狐狸选项吗？
最先阵亡的人，先把那种残血的排除掉。我猜应该只能是皇子先死掉，狐狸还有闪现的。就狐狸闪现 A， 皇子不就死掉了？
哦，应该是皇子啊，不是皇子已经死了吗？皇子吧。
Caps 没操作失误的话，肯定是巨魔先死，难道是派克先死？就肯定是这两个其中一个，我猜皇子吧。
皇子吧。
这应该是皇子吧？
应该是皇子吧？
皇子先死。
哎，皇子，哎，调整吧。
感觉应该是皇子吧。
哦，皇子。
你这应该是皇子死了。
我感觉是德玛西亚皇子先死，我觉得皇子先死。
这感觉应该是皇子先死。
派克吧。
派克，
应该是派克。Caps， 那我选阿里啊。既然这样问了，肯定是狐狸了。
也是巨魔吧。
皇子这个有点太容易死了，感觉狐狸闪现 A 他一下就死了，这么轻易就死的话，那应该不是他，不然就不会出这个题了，应该是巨魔。那就巨魔，不可能，我记得不是皇子。
Level 1, no wait for him to go. Ignite taking orbital deception. Oh, no, oh, he Q smited for the vision. That was beautiful from Malrang. What a play, and 2 kills come off it.
这都给巨魔。
球球不走啊，好怪啊！
皇子不对，你已经说了，我就猜阿里吧，阿里也不对，那就派克。
吗？这为什么能抢到篮啊？这个怎么猜啊？
可惜。
惩戒回血。
我就知道。
啊！
哇！太扯了吧！
哦，俊博，俊博在哪里我都没看到。
那是谁呢？啊，你让我黑耶！哎，巨魔不是死了吗？已经。那是巨魔吗？哎呦！哎，要不就是巨魔用派克，他那卡狂拍给谁就以谁死。
皇子。巨魔。巨魔。
皇子回去逞了一口，我是没想到的。这种问题，最接近答案的就不是答案。
永恩吧？
永恩吗？是吗？是永恩吧？
这个应该是永恩吧？
永恩吧？
应该是永恩吧？
永恩。对我都不需要等你念完，这个一看就是永恩。他们这个阵容，亚索脚业，然后这个上路这个装备，就是看起来都是永恩。
那肯定是永恩吧？应该那个 G2 上路是不会玩别人的。
应该是永恩。
我感觉吧，我感觉是永恩。
这个英雄是永恩。
永恩。这上路应该是永恩吧？
永恩，这个是永恩。因为我看了就是。
这个技能太简单，装备已经出门他的永恩。
刀妹。
刀妹。
永恩吧？应该是刀妹 LNG 啊，是吧？啊，不对，韦恩也有可能，不过我感觉他应该会选韦恩，应该是韦恩吧？
是韦恩吗？凯尔。
是吗？哦。
简单啊，破坏盾弓。
一批日历还是拿捏的啊。Nice。
永恩吗？真的假的？
是永安，你会开始就突然给我选上，没事 ，OK。
不是啊，我可以再猜吗？
不行，太难了吧？不行，太难了。对，太难，这个太难了。
开吗？
三角形，方块也是差不多的。这样吗？
From
常规赛的话，就是因为有一些就很多个人因素吧，然后加上训练的就目标有可能没对，然后其实发挥的挺一般的。季后赛的话，其实就比较拼英雄池、拼体力，然后拼脑力的，一个比赛吧，跟 BO3比起来其实差蛮大的。BO5跟 BO3比起来差太远了，而且是能去世界赛的唯一途径吧。
Hey, it's a little bit about champion pool. It's a little bit about brain. It's a little bit about brawn. Well, LNG have all of that at this point. We're talking about unique champions play. We're talking about how they win games. And it has worked to a T so far for them as they are 2-0 up over BLG in this best-of-5 playoff. It is Tarzan who picks up yet another MVP, the man in the jungle as well. The guy with the loincloth, Tarzan. I don't know if he's the king of the jungle just yet, but he has been performing so well, and I love to see him pick up an MVP on this Poppy.
You know, Mazel, I'm starting to feel validated that our whole pregame segment for LNG was pretty much around like, hey, this team is based around Tarzan and what he's able to do. I'm feeling good about that.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Tarzan, BLG giving him the Poppy, that was crazy in my mind. We have some phenomenal Poppy players. I feel like Tarzan has been one of, if not just outright the best one we've had. He's just been able to do so much for his team on this pick, shutting down so many engages, some great
Oh, we don't get the director one.
starting off from right there, able to guarantee that first kill, taking people out of fights. It's just great because whenever we have LNG not performing, whether it was this year or even going all the way back to last year, and like Tarzan will have these moments during the split where things for the team look rough, which makes him look like he's having a rough split because, right, you're the jungler. I feel like you're the first one to really look bad when your team isn't figuring things out altogether. So seeing LNG have this performance and letting it make Tarzan shine and show off the prowess that he does have when the team's working, and, you know, when the enemy team is also making it a little bit easy for them with how BLG have not only been drafting but playing, but Tarzan's been capitalizing.
Yeah, and he's also just so willing to punish Icon, his previous teammate. Like, man, I know doing B is important, but holy cow, the angles that he has been on this entire game, like the flash over the Baron pit on the other side to get on the flank of Ben, it's just mental gameplay right now that is 4D chess for LNG, and I feel like the factors come into this. 2-0 down for BLG. It's hard to see them picking themselves back up, especially the way they lost both times. We've seen very standout moments that we highlighted as negatives at the beginning of the day for them showing through here.
Yeah, and I feel like it's so hard to bounce back from being 0-2 down. Like, obviously, we've seen it. We've had reverse sweeps. It's possible. It's not the end of the world. But even just ignoring having to, win the next 3 games straight, just overcoming, like you said, the mental barrier from having been there in terms of being 0-2 down in a series and trying to get your players motivated, trying to get them to see the pathway to success. And we've already said it, right? Again, I personally haven't been a big fan of either of BLG's drafts coming in so far. Game 1, they have this like really low damage sort of comp focused around like Ahri and Draven. Draven's always going to get jumped on. Game 2, not a huge fan of the Neela. Like, you're going to struggle heavily in lane in that 2v2. And then how do you set up fights into the comp that LNG have? It's a mess there. The execution, I mean, you were just talking during break and you've been kind of surprised at like Crisp's performance. Like, heck, Crisp, even with BLG being up and down, Chris was always, remember, going to be like, hey, the struggles are there, but this guy's legit for how long he's been a top-tier support in the league. And they're really going to need a difference. For LNG, they still don't have to adapt. They don't have to change anything. They don't have to change their bans. They can just chill, see what BLG does, and keep doing what they've been doing.
I think for Crisp, it's not only does he have so much background to him, but it just doesn't feel like this is him, right? This is not a moment that you usually see Crisp failing at. And I think seeing a Game 3 pickup from him is what I'm looking at, even across the board, right? I had spoken about Ben, about Icon, right? Like, it just feels like we're not getting the BLG we were getting at the end of the season. And a lot of that is from that proactivity that LNG are working with, and they're doing so well. And now going into the 3rd game, LNG will be on the blue side yet again, and it just gets that much more difficult, right? The compiling factors of not changing sides, having to kind of adapt your situation for BLG to the sticking of red side.
Yeah, it's rough, right? It's rough in this first round coming in as the lower seed because Our pick ban rules actually change depending on which round of playoffs we're in, which is a little bit confusing. But like we highlighted in that last game, the higher seed getting to pick 3 games of their choice that they get to pick side for. It's always going to be game 1, 2, and 3 coming out, because why would you not just want to lean into trying to be able to 3-0 the opposition? But here we go. We're going to go into picks and bans, and we're going to see what they do this time around. I mean, they're actually just going back to their game 1 bans. They realize, hey, leaving open the Poppy, it's kind of dumb. You don't do that when you're going up against Tarzan. But Tarzan just going to lean back to what they did in game 1, just going to bring out the Wukong.
If we just get the full T5 composition again for them, would be actually incredible. BLG finally changing things up here, though. They will grab the Zinzao for Weiwei.
Now, I feel there's a big question in your mind. Do you take away the Aphelios, or do you go for the Lucianami? Don't even have to wait for the answer. They are just going to go the Aphelios. Again, this has been the other thing that Light's really leaned on in my mind in terms of, like, you think of things like Sivir coming into prevalence. No, Light has really preferred to just go towards the Aphelios, so Doggo will now go back to this. This, of course, is a pick he was heralded on coming from PCS when he came into the LPL. And now for LNG, I mean, you could look to go towards that lane once again, or you could look to match. No, Mazel, you called it. They're just going to go straight up the same kind of, like, backline dive, immobile 80 carry on the opposite side. Doggo's life's going to be hard. I think they should lock this in, because at least that could make it maybe a little bit easier. Having things like the hostile takeover, having the ability to be able to try to make sure Doggo doesn't go down if you can find one of those kills once the W comes out.
They're waiting on it. They're thinking, and they do lock it in. So first time we'll get to see Renata for this series, but as well it's Crisp's Renata, which I think is a difference maker here for them. The fact that they took away what was so strong and actually ended up being a lot of the win condition for LNG in game 1 in that Aphelios, and now it's LNG. How do they put the rest of the pieces together here and try to find that advantage in terms of this bottom lane that they did find in game number 1?
I at least feel like they're off to a better start. You have, you know, the Crescent Guard coming out from Weiwei. That's going to, like, do a lot. We already talked about Bailout and Hostile Takeover coming in from Crisp. Like, these are tools that are really good at once the coordinated assault and dive comes in from LNG, you can knock them away. You can make them attack each other. You can, again, give Doggo that second chance to be able to come back into it. So that's why BLG taking away the Sivir and what she can look to provide in terms of the ulti being there. And for LNG, trying to take away some of these engage options in topside. So I'm curious to see where BLG go, mostly in terms of the mid lane pick. We've talked a lot about the Azir today, but we still haven't seen that one come out yet. Of course, Silas is something that does still exist, even if neither of these teams have also really prioritized it too heavily.
Again, it's LNG just focusing a lot of the engage tools. Lissandra as well going to be that final ban for them, and try to pinch down Icon's pool a little bit, even though I feel like the pools in mid lane are pretty wide. This is another pick that could get through this time around. Would be a little bit of a mechanical play there from the Akali, but it is Bin's Jax that will come out yet again. And from that game too, we were talking about in the break, like that he was trying so damn hard, and it just didn't work out on the Jax. Now they have a bit more of a stable composition for him to play around.
I will say now, LNG look very indexed into trying to win this thing fast. Like, they have a lot of burst damage, but not a lot beyond that. There'll always be opportunities for them to win because they just have so much all-in to get on top of Doggo. But BLG now coming out with superior scaling. Both the Aphelios, Renata going to do great. The Jax as well. Akali, I like that they're going with this route. When they kind of have two options, you either go for something that provides a bit of disengage but is long range but still vulnerable like an Azir, or you go towards a Sylas and an Akali, which won't be a threat or shouldn't be a top priority of the Nocturne and cannons coming through. You'll now be able to jump in and put some backline threat onto Light, so he isn't able to put up those same huge damage numbers that he was doing in game 1 because no one on BLG ever had to worry about him because they were too busy being worried about the whole top side of the map.
I just see the potential for carry across the board for BLG, right? And that gets me excited. That gets me happy because the individual outplays can be there. But this is a moment to put up or shut up, right? Like, this is one game from elimination that they draft this composition, and they are putting all their eggs into the carry basket here for multiple members.
They are. And again, I feel like out of all the drafts we've had from BLG, this is one of the ones I'm like more on board with. They are going to have to be able to make it through some of the early dives that come out once Paranoia is online, once we have the Cyclone there, and do a better job of sweeping through their own jungle because LNG had great wards in game 1, but they at least have the damage profile. They at least have better peel tools in this game.
It's going to come down to a lot of volatility, the proactivity from LNG, and the stability for BLG. Again, LNG want to recreate the magical run to Worlds that they did in summer 2021. BLG, they want to make a mark on playoffs for the first time since 2019. We'll see who comes up and if BLG can push us to a longer series or if LNG shuts the door right now. It's LNG versus BLG, game number 3.
You know, it's been so long since BLG made it, Mazzil. You're saying 2019, the roster was so different at that point. That was when we still had ADD, Kuro in the mid lane, Meteor was, you know, like coming up as the flagship player of this org. Now looking completely different. And heck, BLG have gone through so many different iterations of rosters since that time. Heck, when Fofo was on the roster, going further back when we like Kingin in 2020, finally having one that they settled with that has struggled, but sadly, they're so far behind.
Yeah.
They're going to have to climb mountains to do better than they did back then.
Yeah, absolutely. And even just from last split to this split, right? BLG have gone through such crazy ups and downs in terms of roster, in terms of who's playing when, what we're seeing work for them as well. And I think obviously we put a big highlight on the end of the split for BLG where they were holistically focusing around this bottom lane to get them advantages. But I think in this series we've seen them have to adapt from that and try to attack the map as a whole because of Tarzan's activity.
And even just Light and Lumao able to come ahead in these 2v2s so far in this game. Game 1, BLG tried to find that advantage bot, but not able to do the same since. We can see Weiwei now pathing down towards that bot side. Maybe try and set them up for success, or at least get the pressure off of them, because you know Light and Lumao, again, once they get those levels, are going to look for those aggressive trades. So we can see Tarzan actually making his way up towards his top side. You have mixed damage, so it does make it pretty nice with these ganks coming through. Going to be hard for Bin to itemize against ganks as the game progresses, but also having the CC available with the cannon.
And something else from game 1, right, that we saw so crucial was Tarzan's willingness to commit to plays, but that level 6 mark for Doinby, right? The paranoia to join into the Rift Herald fight. Those things are so important to keep an eye on in terms of the first moves for LNG, because he said they want to win fast, they want to win hard here in this third game.
And for LNG, at least, having the tools to do so, having the tools to do fine in these laning phases, we already can just see whenever Bin comes with the Counter-Strike, Ala can pop that E, get out of there. We're going to wait to see what Tarzan is able to do, because he's already looking to come for the gank on top. He's going to use the clone to be able to get over the wall and have a bit of a surprise angle.
Mental gameplay.
Oh, look, Mazzil, Doinby's coming too.
And Bin is already sub 200 health. This is an easy slam dunk if Tarzan can navigate it. And Bin just needs to try to get out with the flash. He has the Counter-Strike. Tarzan waiting. It's not enough damage. Doinby was even up here just in case, as they might look for a dive. I feel like he's a little bit zealous. They're going to try to keep Bin under tower at least.
Oh, this is going to be hard, because you look at Ala still has minions he's dealing with. You have another wave here. Oh, they're
just forcing it. And now it's the CC. Tarzan's down. First blood to Bin.
Oh, no. Oh, I was just saying, like, they don't even have the setup as Ala.
Oh
they want this, but Bin is not giving it over. They just committed so much so early. They really felt like they needed to get something with the time investment, and they just end up giving something over to Bin. Weiwei given a lot of freedom as well. He got bot side scuttle. He's making his way up to get top side scuttle as well. BLG get everything off that.
That's actually incredible. Those 3 flashes gone from the top trio of LNG, but it just surviving the flood.
This is good. This is good because we are not biased, but I predicted LNG 3-1. And if I could be right on predictions, that would be nice.
You just want to take me and Dagda's crown away from last split, all right? I see you. I'm holding it near and dear, all right? It's in my closet, ready to go. I'm not giving it to you, Lyric.
Well, Weiwei might have something to say about that, because he's looking for this aggression. But no, Tarzan actually managing to get it.
Nice little gameplay mode for Tarzan. I will say some of the mental chips given back over to BLG because of this top lane play. He's calm, cool, and collected the whole time.
Yeah, and again, just look at where like the waves are at. Kennan's dealing with minions. These guys are still dealing with minions, not able to get it through. And luckily getting enough mana for the Counter-Strike to be able to come out to make sure that he can survive this play. So Bin did his job, and now BLG might look to capitalize more.
Icon looking for the solo. Can't find the damage just yet. That level 6 mark not hit And I do want to focus onto this mid lane, right? We do see Doinby losing that trade early on, but we're about to hit that level 6 mark. How on the Akali, separate from the Ahri in game number 1, does Icon kind of dissuade some of these paranoia plays from doing this?
I actually think it's a little bit easier for him individually in this matchup. Not quite sure how the specific matchup goes itself. Maybe we phone a friend, Colin Vedius on this one. Nocturne usually is a decent time into melee champions. You can, get some good trades out, use that Q, but still not a ton of kill pressure coming out for Nocturne against an Akali. And Akali also, using energy, can just keep looking for those 5-point strikes. At level 6, I don't think Nocturne has the ability to paranoia onto the Akali and kill her, because you could always just throw down your Shroud. You have the E to be able to escape as well. So as long as he can kind of keep up heavy trades in mid lane, make it hard for Doinby to look to leave, I feel like Icon doing his job pretty fine, and he's even hitting level 6 first.
Yeah, and diving into that a little bit more, though, it was game 1, reminiscing, right? That Rift Herald play, the early proactivity from Doinby with those paranoias. So it's about Icon trying to keep that pressure on. Speaking of pressure, though, BLG, again, for the 3rd game in a row, will get an early dragon for themselves. This one a bit earlier than both.
And LNG not going to be able to do anything about this. Tarzan's still not out on the map. It seems like LNG have an idea of what's going on, but just having to accept. BLG having the team picking up a lot of the early dragons so far in the series, so not too different from what we've seen so far.
It's been pretty much BLG getting the first 2 dragons and LNG contesting it for all the others at this point. Weiwei actually pathing down with his bottom lane to try to bait out a fight. Doggo and Chris expertly get away from the bubble, but Lumao trying to make it a little bit more difficult. Weiwei actually turning back around to this bottom lane, try to punish Light and Lumao. Oh, why walk into it. He did already use the Audacious Charge, though. The wind becomes lightning on the back end of it, so not much.
So they will be able to get out scot-free, but Weiwei still waiting in the wings on this one. Tarzan is making his way down because you can see pings coming through. They know that BLG are going to be looking for an invade. I feel like LNG's chance is locking down one member.
They don't
first
know.
With the paranoia.
Weiwei had no idea. He didn't hit the wind becomes lightning on a Tarzan, and that's an easy turnaround. The capitalization, and Light gets the kill.
Great read coming out from LNG. They know the invader wants to come through. You said BLG not really having a great idea of where the members are. For LNG, I thought they were in a pretty good place considering they still have the paranoia, so they could probably pick off one member before the Akali comes. But that didn't even matter. Lumao able to land the bubble, setting up for them to just burst down Weiwei and to make sure they get a kill on their side.
It just felt like there wasn't respect paid to the fact that paranoia was available, right? Like, you're literally in the jungle right under Doinby, and I know it wasn't a huge factor in that one, but it was more so that the heads-up gameplay from LNG that we've seen consistent in this entire series so far.
And you can see why BLG are confident, right? Because they do have push in mid. They're committing Crisp down to this play. But you see Doggo start to walk back. Beautiful bubble from Lumao is really what seals the deal. The paranoia there as an insurance policy. I like how Doinby decides to follow it through anyway. And that gives them that. But BLG, still the team that I feel like do have a bit of more pressure on the map. You can see now they've rotated their bot lane up first. They should be able to get this. And LNG at this point, I feel like you just commit to sending your bot lane down to bot side, getting some camps, and hopefully for Tarzan pathing down and starting to reclaim some of this vision in bot side river.
And this is the best setup we've seen from BLG around Rift Herald, right? Every time we've seen them around this Rift, it's been a contest. It's been them fighting skirmishes around that first Rift Herald or the second, and it really hasn't gone their way. But this time they have the right rotation, the right timing, and the right map movement to get that. And I think that's a step in the right direction for BLG in terms of decision-making around the map, which I feel like LNG have had the driving hand in so far.
BLG have done a good job to find a steady pace, and let's remember a lot of the advantages LNG built on were BLG kind of overforcing or mistakes coming out from BLG in terms of how fights were coming out. Or I remember in game 1, like Icon leaning bot when they're going for Herald, just small things like this. So BLG not making those same mistakes, things are going much better. And when you're guessing where the Herald should be coming through, I'd guess it'd probably go down towards that bot side. Doggo is going to be your big team fight carry later on. I don't feel like we see Heralds used all too often for top, but it is an option because you will be able to win out in terms of the 1v1s insides later on with the Jax Akali. You just always have to be afraid of LNG committing 2 side laners against 1, right? Because that paranoia will still be valuable.
So I see level 6s come up for at least Lumao in terms of support, but I got to hark on this guy a little bit more. Slicing down the wave clear here from Ala at the top side. Lumao, if he doesn't get an MVP on this Nami, at least we'll see how this game pans out. It is actually incredible. The guy has been such a silent killer, or a silent set-upper, I guess, on this Nami, and I'm really looking for those tidal waves to be a difference maker in a lot of these skirmishes that we will be seeing coming up.
All right, Mazel. So what you're saying, even if they lose the game, if Lumao doesn't get MVP,
yes, I'm
you
done.
will be absolutely perturbed. You'll be so upset.
Yes.
As you know what, I'm gonna stop doing whatever I was just doing there because BLG.
You're coming up with some big letter words, all right? Some big high point words there, Lyric. I like it. I like it. It is Light and Lumao realizing they were getting collapsed on. We'll back out of that one. It's a little bit of a lull here, but both junglers hovering around this middle lane.
So it looks like they're gonna go in for it. Icon has the Eon doing B.
A lot of damage back and forth. It's like literally just watching Dude be an Icon. Do they go in? If so, Tarzan Weiwei go right in afterwards.
I feel like BLG are the ones who are more confident in terms of a play coming out through mid, which is why Icon was the one going for those aggressive trades. And we can see Doomby even bought an early tier. I don't expect him to upgrade that or turn that into anything, but we're just buying it for the mana in lane to be able to contend with the push and contend with some of the trades that Icon has been putting through.
Well, both junglers just spending a lot of time around this mid lane. We'll actually see ping coming down from LNG towards this Dragon Pit, so maybe they find themselves their first objective of this third game. But it's been a very much different story from game 1 to game 3, right? Even with a lot of the similar composition, because we haven't seen that extreme proactivity from Tarzan or from Doomby so far.
I think it's a lot harder with the lanes coming through. They did try top, but now Herald
Okay, well,
Tarzan!
I caster cursed them. Weiwei almost goes down here. Icon, he does use the perfect execution, get out of harm's way, but Allah is on the flank. He wants it. He knows he can get it. No, he misses. And now he's found himself way overextended. Light comes through just at the last time, but it's not enough. And BLG capitalized on the mistakes of LNG.
Just the aggression coming through. You were saying we aren't seeing enough of it from LNG. They tried to set up the play, and I feel like BLG have done a really good job at not allowing these openings to come through, at having champions that are very hard to lock down and punish. We saw them trying to go into Nakali. She's easily able to escape. Weiwei having his own tools to be able to protect himself as well. They both managed to get out of there, and leaving Bin up in top lane to just collect a ton of these turret plates. And just looking across the board, right, no turret plates over for Ala on the opposing side. Not a whole lot of turret plates going to anyone on the side of LNG, as Cyclone does come through. They try to go instantly onto Xinjiao. I feel like Doomby could have maybe held his ult a little bit longer. You get some damage first, and then once like flashes come through or damage away, that's what he could try and follow up. But Ala really wants this kill, tries to go in, isn't able to connect the Q. So it just means he is, some free money from a nice ATM for the side of BLG.
Look at this wake up for BLG, though, right? Like, objective focus. They've gotten both Dragons. They've gotten a Rift Herald. They've gotten Bin, plates in the top side. They've denied a lot of the playmaking from LNG. Every time we've seen them be aggressive, it's LNG being way too aggressive. And BLG are right there holding out their hands, waiting for the gold to drop it. And it's actually been an incredible wake-up for BLG. But, again, biggest focus for them is they do have strong starts. It's the slow finish that gets them. It's the catch-outs in the mid to late game that always gets them. And you see some of the potential for catch-out on LNG's squad right now.
I gotta say, though, I feel like one of the reasons why LNG are overforcing so hard is when you're committing with some of these ults or some of these roams, the one we saw earlier, even just now in mid lane, right? Things like Paranoia and Cyclone. LNG winning the game or finding advantages is pretty much solely based around finding the dives with those ultimates. So once they use them and they don't get the kill at first, I feel like they feel pressured to double down, or it's like, hey, we just wasted these abilities. Now we can't make plays for the next 2 to 3 minutes of the game. Like, we need something off of this. And sadly for them, that feeling is pushing them even further into the hole.
Yeah, it is. And for the first time, it feels like in this series, BLG actually have a little bit of advantage. Not much, but it's something. And I think you're looking at the setup for them in terms of that late game that's looking a lot better than the other games we've had, right? This is definitely a different draft for them and something we've kind of been waiting on. You were saying earlier, right? We haven't liked the drafts from BLG so far, but this feels like give a weapon to every potential carry and see who can strike first, right? And I think that's actually incredible for BLG as they start up the second Rift Herald for themselves.
Doing a great job picking up the Herald with the pressure they have in both mid and top, and you can see on the minimap, Doggo and Crisp picking up camps in their own jungle as well. to prevent, you know, the assumed counter jungling they think can come through from the side of Tarzan and just make sure their team is getting that gold. So overall, BLG like able to cover both sides of the map well. LNG, I think, would really like to play aggressive around the spot lane. It's just so hard when you constantly have to be in fear of that hostile takeover coming and locking you down, which is why LNG are leaning so heavily around mid for so long.
Yeah, and it just hasn't given them any big avenues just yet. I think you're still looking at the potential burst of Light and Lumao. But again, last time we saw this competition for LNG, it was the Aphelios for them. It was that late game insurance policy. The team fight damage.
The dive's coming through!
But you're talking about that proactivity. Let's see if they can actually get Doggo. They don't, and now Ben is here. Ala, a little bit late. Now he's just dead here potentially. Lumao can't really save him, doesn't have the tidal wave. Ben flashes the bubble. Ale has to pop the slicing maelstrom. Does he still go down? The counter-strike nicely done. Ben doesn't get the kill onto him. And LNG get out.
LNG, though, try to find the dive. We were just hitting on how hard it's going to be into the Moonlight Vigil, into the hostile takeover. They don't manage to find anything. And for BLG, that's a win. When we've hit on the scaling, able to come through for their side, they're feeling great, even getting some deep vision down in the enemy jungle to spot out where Tarzan will be, and instantly pivoting into dropping the Herald. Look where Doggo is on the minimap. They're going to be able to make a multi-man push. Oh, and it looks like Weiwei and Icon even going to wait on the other side of the turret and potentially pick people off in transition.
They can do so. Perfect executions there. Crescent Guard is there. They already get the bait out as LNG committed to the tower, and now Light gets pushed out here.
Oh,
nice
bubble.
bubble as well. Tarzan does not survive for very long, though. Icon, he wants it. He's feeling confident here, and this is the first time it's felt like BLG have a firm advantage.
We can see when BLG have time for the setup, when they're not the ones kind of over-forcing some of these plays, over-forcing their hand, and have lanes that can more easily hold up. Not a Nila Amumu down in that bot side just getting punished so hard that they can get through the mid game and they can have some of these smarter decisions coming through. That's one thing that surprised me when I was going back watching. Oh, maybe watching Ben go in. No. Watching BLG VODs is not a lot of LPL teams like to cross map, but BLG are one of these teams who I think make smarter decisions when games are firmly in their control. We will see here, though. They're making this beautiful setup, waiting on the opposite side of the turret. A lot of big damage able to come out on Tarzan from Doggo and Crisp. And then, sadly for Icon, just missing on that Shuriken to be able to go through and find another one.
That was actually so close. But if BLG want to keep the pedal here, they do have a Dragon spawning about 25 seconds. They have Doggo and Crisp in the mid lane pushing it out. There's no mid lane tower to defend for LNG, so the pressure should be there for this setup for BLG, at least in terms of continuing to get 100% objective focus.
Ooh. All I know, Mazel, is coming out from last game, we were talking about how hard the mental edge is. Oh, it's so hard to come back from 0-2. Fake news. We don't know anything because BLG, they look calmer and more collected than ever.
Yeah, it just feels like the comp fits their mental right now, fits their play style. It's working out so well. Yeah, because they're playing with such more confidence on these picks, right? Like, it is such a different game, a different series at this point than we've seen for the first two games, right? And this is, you know, the last, at least you would think, that LNG have chosen the blue side. So BLG, if they win here, the momentum is starting to work up for them.
And I don't even know what LNG could do to respond to what BLG are doing right now. Like, they're picking up the Dragon. It'd be very hard to make a play towards the top side because Doggo has stayed around mid. You can see Chris was backing that brush as well, so he could lean towards top if LNG did look to make any cross-map play. Still feel like LNG probably could have pushed in to get some more aggressive wards down into LNG's jungle. But still going to be able to trade out and clear out some of this vision in River. And just honestly, it seems like waiting for an opportunity to come up because the game right now solely dictated by BLG. I feel like LNG may be looking at a pick towards sides, committing Doinby down either with Tarzan or committing Doinby to when Ala's around because Ala's TP will be up soon. Then you have the double TP, so you could always answer back on the opposite side of the map. Has to be something along those lines.
And so at this point, right, if you're LNG, you're primarily just looking for picks or big flanks for Ala, right? Like, you're not going to necessarily win a straight-up team fight, but if you can find a quick pick on the side, if you can find a big bubble or paranoia, that's how they win, I feel like.
I think it's not out of the realm of possibility
easy
for them to be able to take a 5v5. Yeah, it's just not easy. I feel like you would need to be able to bait out like the hostile takeover first at the very least, because with that tool up, it just looks so insane. Then you're adding in like Weiwei's ult into the mix as well. It's just rough. So you need to be able to bait out some of these ultimates first, and then hopefully be able to force an engage where you get right on top of Doggo. But we're just slowly inching in favor of BLG as more and more items come on the board. Nothing just yet, but I'm curious to see what Doggo has enough money for as he backs.
I wonder if he actually knows. So it looks like he can't complete the second item there. But as well as, you know, you're on the cusp of a Mountain Soul here for BLG, which makes those picks even harder to find for LNG. And I feel like LNG have had to take a backseat in the objective game in this one, but it's been holistically BLG just positioning at the right time, right place.
Good call on the Mountain Drake and Mountain Soul especially, because when you look at LNG, they're definitely more oriented into just immediate burst coming through, right? Lucian, Nocturne, Kennen, all about the burst, to where BLG, more of a mixed bag. You have burst coming out from the Akali, but we have a ton of DPS that's able to be put out by the Aphelios and the Jax. So definitely in longer or more extended fights is where BLG will take the reins, and BLG now going to look to use their advantage, push into the enemy jungle, and Doobie needs to be careful.
He needs to be really careful. He's in a 1v2. He has Tarzan coming up. He is, again, a little bit tankier, having a little bit more damage not at least go his way. They are bouncing, though. Paranoia was put, but Crescent Guard is not going to save the day for Way, or does it? Akali straight to the face, the bailout. They're just trying to get a kill back. There's the slicing Maelstrom in. Ala survives, and LNG, they're fighting a fight. Ben is trying to make the difference. Can the MSI champion make the difference in a crucial game here in game number 3? Both teams are backing away from the fight, but it looks like LNG actually win out in favor.
The fact that LNG were able to find Doggo is so huge. I feel like the hostile takeover going out early to try to save Weiwei then exposes Doggo by himself to where they're just able to collapse in on him. Sadly for LNG, they're not going to be able to turn it into anything. So really the state of the game doesn't change all too much, other than now Collector able to be picked up by Light. But we'll see here. They want to pick off Doinby. They feel like, you know, they have pressure. He should not be able to walk here. Look where the BLG bot lane is. But Tarzan, so much confidence in going in with this. They connect the TP. Paranoia comes through instantly straight on top. And there's the hostile takeover that we're talking about. So already, one key tool used, Light doing a great job of taking out Weiwei, and now with no hostile takeover, with Weiwei not there to play bodyguard, it just gives the avenue for LNG to get straight on top of the Aphelios, who's the prime damage dealer.
Man, just watching Tarzan in these fights, the fact that he's literally playing 4D chess over these people. Like, he is thinking 2 steps ahead, and he's just finding himself in such good positions. That's the Tarzan we know and need for LNG. But at this point for BLG, we're getting thoughts of some of those throws, some of those late game decision-making moments that have come to bite them. And you're hoping that this comes just the lead that they had for themselves, the composition that they drafted, the difference in this game 3 does make that difference. But it's starting to get a little scary, I feel like.
I will say, like, it does implant the memory there of, you know, the throws we've seen, but at the same time, BLG's still in the commanding position, right? They're still up in gold. They're still on Soul Point. They still have, you know, that scaling, those formations that we hit on just now. Gonna need to be a bit more cautious, and you can see them walking in as a 4-man unit this time, having that caution available. Paranoia.
The bubble actually doesn't land here. Comes Doobie over the side. Weiwei getting a little bit low. The hostile taker dodged out of every member of LNG. So now a couple big tools gone. The Crescent Guard, the hostile takeover. Ben is on the side here. LNG know that they don't really have tools to engage as well, except for the tidal wave and the slicing Maelstrom. But they're not set up with a flank. They're set up for a fight. Ben goes in early. Ala does pop a little bit of his energy there. The counter-strike already used. The Ben has to hop over the wall with half his health gone.
And for BLG, I feel like the hostile takeover is just being used so liberally. Like you pointed out, LNG losing a lot of their tools as well as Ben.
He saw him over the wall there. Some pigs coming out there. Ben will be able to spot that bodyguard on the side. It's BLG trying to set up here, but LNG just feel very confident in trying to move in position, in pole position of this dragon. As it does reset, Icons going over the wall. The flank, the different pincer maneuvers from BLG could make a difference here. Doinby not having anything here. Ben getting a little bit lower. Icon waiting, buying time, not deciding to go in just yet until LNG have committed, but they've already committed onto Ben. Ben counter-strikes off of it. Icon now has the pixel brush on the backside. LNG need to be very, very careful, but Ben is leaving. Moonlight Vigil comes out. Lumao almost goes down to the chakrams. It's all a little shuriken flip from Icon makes the difference here. On to Lumao, he's got him. The slicing maelstrom shuts down Icon. The light very, very low. Bin gets the easy clap down kill, and BLG with the reset on the fight with Doggo's big Moonlight Vigil. They change the narrative, and they'll take this dragon unless LNG.
No, Wei.
They go straight on the Wei. Wei's down. The dragon 3,000 health, and BLG they don't have a smite.
Okay, but are LNG actually going to go for it? They need to. Tarzan.
Doinby, hand shook. Bin is full health on the side here. Doinby is going in. He's flashing. He's got the spell shield. It's not enough. Tarzan focusing on Chris. Chris not going to go down. The bailout just in time. And Bin shuts down the kill. Dragon Soul to BLG.
And BLG are going to be so strong after this point. How much this does for them when we hit on LNG's comp. Being a lot about bursting targets down, using those initial combos, and just snowballing off of that. We're going to see here, I was actually getting really scared for BLG with how indecisive they were being in the moment. I feel like they should have just brought in Icon as soon as LNG committed there, but they wait for Doggo to Gale Force in, throw out the Moonlight Vigil. Instantly, Lumao's low, and Icon's like, okay, this is my time. We lock one member down. We have the TP able to come through from Bin, and he finds the kill. He does go down, but he also makes them waste the Slicing Maelstrom. So right there, that is not possible for LNG to win the team fight anymore. Light gone, no cannon ulti. But I love on the minimap, you can see the whole time, Tarzan was running towards Wei and pinging like, hey, let's take this guy down. At least we can stall a bit of their momentum. They did it, but sadly, Dragon still over to BLG.
That extra shielding, those extra resists, so crucial for BLG at this point, and the picks are going to be fewer and far between, more far between at least for LNG. I just wonder, like, we've seen some of those moments, we've seen some of the catch-outs, but it feels like a BLG's composition right now is just too strong to deal with. And man, Bin from game 2 to game 3, he's trying just as hard, but it's actually working out for him this time, right? 4-0 on the Jax. He has been monumental in his, late assistance to these team fights, but as well as just the aggression that he's shown on the Jax.
And we can see now, he's a whole item up over Ala, Divine Sunder, Frozen Heart, and Hullbreaker especially, so Ala or Doinby won't be able to contend in that 1v1 whatsoever. He's going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto them as Icon as well.
So he's so strong. He has the Zanyas here as well. It does have a lot of damage. Ala trying to get the outplay here. Doesn't have much left in the tank, but here comes Doinby. And Ala, he survives for a little bit longer, and Doinby gets the kill. Icon, you mad?
Yeah, sadly for Icon, I mean, the flash came out from Ala, right? He didn't just outright miss. The dodge did come through, but it sets up the Baron for BLG.
Tarzan.
And LNG just not even going to look for it. You can see Doinby now already coming down towards the bot side. I was curious if they'd look to TP in, because one of the benefits about, having two soul laners with TP is you can look to make that play, TP them both up to the Baron, and then win a fight with numbers advantage. But with no Slicing Maelstrom, with no Paranoia, really not having a lot left in the tank to where LNG, I feel like, would be in a good place to actually win that fight.
Yeah, LNG do find themselves a bounty, at least. The gold is definitely in BLG's favor. We'll see Icon trying to make the outplays here.
Goes in with the ulti, misses the initial E to come through. Again, another 5-point strike on, but here, he's going to go for the flash into the E. And no, actually, Ala didn't flash it. He did just miss it. I was right. I was right the first time. I thought in my mind, there's no way he just missed that. There's no way. He must have flashed. I see a flash is down, but no. Poor Icon. Absolutely missed a ton of abilities there. But I love the courage to at least look for it.
There you go.
That's the spirit of the LPL.
BLG, speaking of courage, they're trying to find a little bit more of an advantage against Ala in the top side of Ala's jungle. And Icon actually will find him on the side here. But at this point, right, BLG are just flexing their muscles a bit with this Baron buff. They have a lot of time, a lot of siege potential for themselves. But, I'm looking at some completions coming up here. 3 items right on the cusp for both these ADCs. And for me as well, like, looking at Tarzan, he went with the GA second item, right? They know that they're in a deficit. They know that they need to buy time in a lot of these fights.
I actually don't know how much more that does for you, because, I mean, let's say you die and go down after you guys engage. Paranoia's already down. Cyclone's already down. Slicing Maelstrom's already down. Now what do you do in this fight against an Aphelios, against an Akali and a Jax that can just so keep consistently putting up these big damage numbers. But look,
they're going
on the flank is
Ala.
Ala.
He finds again. We said one flank could make the difference. They're on the back line. The bubble hits. The bailout's there. Light trying to buy time against Way. Light survives. He dies right afterwards, though. Icon is making the difference in the fight. Crisp and Bin, they're all here, but Icon is trying to make his name. No, it's Bin that comes through clutch. And Tarzan, he tried to make the big brain engage, but they're so far behind, it's almost impossible.
That was the best they could hope for. They had the flank. Everyone's able to get in. The 80 carry goes down. But BLG have multiple threats that you have to worry about. They're just going to keep going with their Baron pushes as well. Icon and Crisp in mid. You can see Bin pushing that top lane as well. They're just going to keep growing this lead. 10 seconds on Light, so they're going to have to be a little bit cautious, I think, in terms of pushing this inhibitor, but they're going to be happy with the turrets that they've gotten.
Yeah, and I mean, Doggo does go down, but, you know, he's not the one with a lot of gold on the team, and I think they, you know, realize that BLG right now are like a Hydra. You cut one head off, 2 more spawn, and it's been an Icon.
We'll see here as well. Tarzan coming in from one angle, like tidal wave there, paranoia in. They get on top of the FLH to take him down. But you look on the back line, Weiwei's not letting Light get in, and pretty much solo kills him. Actually just does outright solo kill him. And then once Icon's able to join in after the Cyclone ends, Bin comes through. That's when the fight really comes online from BLG. So LNG seriously got the best they could have hoped for, and it still wasn't able to work.
And they're staring down the barrel of almost a 10,000 gold. I guess 8,000 at this point. Skip a nice little bubble under Bin. The red buff actually goes over to Tarzan, so still the aggression for BLG. But we have Elder coming up in 20 seconds. We'll see if BLG can position themselves correctly around this pit and set up for the objective.
So both AD carries now having their Infinity Edge online, so will be, you know, starting to hit at that huge spike. Doinby also picked up a GA of his own, so hoping that, hey, even if I do have to engage and go down, even if buying a bunch of time doesn't really feel like it does a whole lot for LNG's comp, maybe it does enough. Those few extra autos, those few extra seconds could be the difference maker if they are able to take down.
They aren't in position here. They don't have, they really can't. I mean, they're going to push out mid lane. They're trying to push through, but the Elder Dragon's already started up. They see that it started up. Doinby trying to catch Ben out on the side, but he's just buying time, right? Here comes BLG now as well to collapse onto the mispositioning of Doinby. And the bubble actually landing onto Ben, huge, but the tankiness, the armor, the magic resistance, so strong.
Doinby has TP, so it looks like he's going to go for the back. He's going to TP in, but no, sticks around. Ben has the same play available, and they're just they're doing the dance. BLG feel confident taking a fight, so of course they're going to just start up this dragon. And now with Jax TPing right to lane, there's a lot of threat onto LNG.
I feel like they're just falling right into a trap here. Bin is on the side. Here comes Weiwei with the slicing maelstrom through from Ala, though. The hostile takeover over almost every member of LNG. They're trying to take out the backline, but it's the same thing we've seen time and time again. Icon does go down. The flash from Lumel gets him separated from the rest of BLG, but they have won this fight. They're not even looking at the dragon at this point. They want to finish off the kills, and they will try to find it in the end. Doinby is in some trouble. He has the GA, but it's Lumel that goes down first. And this is BLG responding to the double haymaker that LNG put down in this best of 5. And they are doing so lively.
And I love that Doggo's the one to follow it through with the Gale Force in and bring BLG back in this series, breathe some life into them, and then now, Mazel, we might get something competitive.
We actually get a series. What is it that casters like to have on their hands, Lyric?
I don't know.
It's a series, baby! It's BLG actually coming back, taking a win in this best of 5 against LNG, where LNG just felt like they had the mental difference, right? In games 1, game 2, but the composition, the fact that BLG opt into 3 carries, that every single person has a sword to bring into battle, and Weiwei navigating a lot of that early game so well, the complete objective control that we got from BLG, it was night and day from what we've seen already in this series.
I mean, right, to be fair to them, at least in regards to Dragons, they've done a pretty good job through all 3 games, but it's been the fact that they've been able to find leads to be able to start taking these Heralds, or to capitalize on the fact that, hey, we can actually take more than just the one Dragon that we've been able to, you know, meagerly get through each game. And I feel like one of the big things, right, is starting off with draft, like you said. The fact that they now have lanes that feel very hard to punish, but at the same time, they are not pressured or forced to look for these plays. Because when we had the Nila and the Amumu in the last game, it's like, okay, ideally this wants to come out ahead because of these are two champions that kind of continuously want to go in, but they drafted into a losing lane matchup, and then, you know, game one, the heavy dive with just the Draven, not a whole lot of peel. They finally come in. They aren't forced to do anything. And at the same time, it's very hard for LNG to punish them with the dives when you're going up against Renato with the hostile takeover. When we could see the Jax very self-sufficient, LNG also did accelerate him by going for that dive early. But this has just been a series of, like, whoever makes the early mistakes first, the other team, right, starts to naturally find that advantage. And these teams don't really seem like at a high enough level to either be able to take that back, but they are both good enough to at least not be able to throw it away.
I'm just so happy for Icon. And the fact that Doinby came out the gate with the Nocturne picks. Pretty much shut down Icon in the mid lane for the first 2 games. But he brings out the Akali against, his replacement on LNG and is actually able to find such huge moments on top of Ben, on top of just solo laners stepping up for BLG. We were asking going into this game, like, who is going to step up? Who at this point in these first 2 games is going to shed that off and step up to the moment? I think we saw a lot of that from multiple members, but I have to hold a near and dear little shout out for Icon, because the fact that he's able to do that against UMB on this pick kind of show that maybe we don't need to deal with that Nocturne anymore. We can pick the Akali for me, and I can carry.
Overall, I think it's good. Honestly, blind pick Nocturne mid, I don't think is a play anyway. I don't think that's something
so?
you really should
What?
be leading.
Come on.
Even in solo queue, like, Doinby played it a couple times. Most of those were into the Ahri. I think as a cool little niche counter pick to something meta, it's really cool. Coming in with the blind, I think it does open it up to be exploited, especially with the way that BLG did. Having the Crescent Guard, having Hostile Takeover, having the Counter Strike, like, just so many tools to deal with. Hopefully, LNG can go into the next game, not feel as pressured to, like, overcommit to these plays. Because I feel like especially that dive top was just so egregious.
I mean, there was the dive top. There was Ala going in between 2 towers in mid lane. There's just a lot of aggression pent up by LNG. We'll see if they can make good on this series, if they can close it out, or if we get the start of a reverse sweep here for BLG. We'll be right back after this short break.
Previously on Speakin' LPL, we've already learned 2 words. 我们是冠军. Sha! Pentakill. Let's learn some new words. 一波 translated into English is like go, 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 go.
Go, 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 go.
In the LPL, players will yell 一波, 一波 as they push to finish the Nexus.
波可能要被一波啊！可以一波，可以一波，可以一波，可以一波，可以一波，可以去一波，可以去一波。
一波 is usually accompanied by words like 没闪, no flash, right? Go, go, go. They don't have flash. Or 打龙, Baron, right? Go Baron.
中单没事，中单没事，中单没事，中单没事，中单没事，中单没事，中单。
好死3个可以绕了。
等一波，等一波，等一波，等一波，等一波，没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪。
It is used in very critical stages of the game where tempo is a massive deal. This week, our LPL Fun Fact has 2 words for you. 动不 and 西不. In the LPL, only 10 teams can go to the playoffs. These 10 teams will usually be displayed on the left. That is 西不, the upper standings. The team that missed the playoffs will be shown on the right-hand side. And that is 东不. With this, LPL fans can easily remember who made playoffs and who missed out. That's all for today's episode in Speakin' LPL, and we'll see you for the next one in the coming weeks.
All of the people hide under the dead of night. times the good will fall. Give up the fight and lose it all, but we'll keep our voices quiet until the sunrise. I fear a dark night to bring the light. Take away. I fear a dark night to bring the light. Break the Don't waste my time. You'll never be mine. I'm moving on. I gotta be strong. Keep me from And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know what you're thinking. You wanna get back into my life. You could have had me, boy, but you let me go. And now our story's over. Ain't it funny how I really don't mind? Don't wanna be with ya. Believe me, it's true. I've never been better since I left you. I don't wanna see ya. You know that it's true. This time I mean it. I'm done and we're through. Don't waste my time. You'll never be mine. I'm moving on. I gotta be strong. Keep me from falling. I don't want you back. I'm better than that. I'm moving on. So goodbye, so long.
我觉得我们常规赛后半段打的比前半段要好很多吧，然后，但是我们还是有一些做的不好的地方，就是可能我们后半段就是进攻的方面更多了，但是我们防守的地方还是做的不够好。我觉得季后赛首先很明显的一点就是没有什么容错率吧，特别是对我们这种没有复活甲的队伍来说。然后其次就是因为是 BO5，所以就是 可以犯失误的空间就是大了一点吧，但是就是如果说是常规赛，可能我们输了第一局，就再输一局的话，可能我们就直接没了。但是如果是季后赛，我们有一个 BO5，就是可以打3场的机会，这样可以就是更充分的利用自身的实力去赢下比赛，而不是就是可能有时候运气不好会输啊，但是还是要就减少自己的失误吧。
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Playoffs. I'm Mazel, joined by Lyric. Wonderful to hear from Ben. You know, in best of fives, it changes. You can lose 2 games. There's some mistakes, you know, changing those, trying to fix those errors, but you have more opportunities, and that's exactly what BLG have done for themselves here, as they did get a 1 victory at least in game number 3 in this best of 5 against LNG. And the man himself, speaking about it, does get the MVP for game number 3 on that Jax. It will be BLG's Ben.
Yeah, came online. I think him and Icon both putting up big performances this game. Him from the early game surviving the dive that fell over Force, but still he made it work just in time, getting enough mana to use that Counter-Strike and get the hell out of there. And then in the mid game, right, when he was getting involved in fights, finding those Counter-Strikes, coming in on flanks, finishing off kills that were just so close to being done. Ben is someone who I feel like, to his individual performance, has been performing all split long, has been putting up the numbers in his own laning phase, finding solo kills, coming out ahead, but also able to link up and work well in the mid game with the team. So great to see Ben kind of keep up that form, and this would be a match and just like a run he'd love to make, start making that way back up the bracket, and I think really face off against RNG, right?
Yeah.
If he can make it to that top 4, if RNG can make it to double Elim as well, and then they get to score off and he gets to prove to them, hey, you guys made the wrong decision. You should have kept me on the roster. That's the story you want to see come out from Ben.
Yeah, exactly. The guy that just helped RNG win the MSI championship. Right afterwards, they make a swap, right? Read for Ben. And he wants to make good on what he started building for himself on RNG. And I think, yes, we've seen BLG fall twice already in this series, but I think Ben has been the keepsake for me in both of those games. Majorly that second game where you could just see he was heads and above performing and trying to find the wins for his team. And luckily enough, they find the cohesion that they needed for game number 3 to make it a win, and he gets his MVP. So I love to see it from Ben, from BLG, and now, you know, with switching his sides, as LNG will not have that choice anymore, BLG will be on the blue side, and that kind of changes things. That reverse sweep seems a little bit more possible.
I agree, right? Just with the way the side selection works, it definitely is viable now, because you look at both these teams, their win rates on red in the season. BLG were 5 wins, 17 losses on red. LNG not much better, were 6 wins, 13 losses. Both of these teams, like most teams in the LPL, right, kind of finding their success on the blue side, just being the preferred side, coming out for so long. So now we're going to actually have to see adaptation come out from both teams. You'd expect, right, BLG definitely prepared their blue side strat or their blue side ban coming in. LNG now, though, we're going to have to see what they cooked up and then reacting to whatever BLG decides to ban away, because not having things like the Zeri that you need to ban out that you were banning out on the red side. The Poppy as well, game 1 and game 3, they had to take it away because they found out in game 2 why they had to take it out. So I feel like, yeah, this is definitely going to open up a lot for BLG.
But that's where I want to bring us through some reminiscing of this series so far, right? We got to see the solo queue Nocturne come out in game number 1 for Doinby on LNG, but it was the proactivity, the cohesion from Tarzan Doinby that really made that game 1 go the way of LNG. Game 2, as you said, the Poppy, that was the difference maker. Game 3, we get much more of a volatile but high damage composition for BLG, and they make it work by getting to that late game, picking apart the fights against LNG. And now we have another opportunity with BLG to pick up a lot more of these, you know, solo lane possible carries. And we get the Talia, the Kennen, the Renekton ban already from them on that blue side. Then we get the Zeri, the LeBlanc, and the Jax ban from LNG.
So now things like the Kalista being left open, Poppy left open as well, BLG going to instantly go over to that one. I wonder if LNG here, you feel confident picking up the Kalista, because Light has only played it 3 times this split. It is banned against LNG quite a bit, but now being open here, being able to pick it up, a lot's going to be on Light's back to deliver down in this bottom lane.
And they get the instant lock into the Kalista Renata, so they're very confident in that term. And you were saying, you know, BLG prepping some blue side drafts. Well, LNG might have a little bit of tricks up their sleeve on the red side. I love to see that we're getting that holistic focus on the bottom lane right now to even up and trying to change up the bans in later phases as well, play some of those mind games that we know and love. But we wonder what BLG are going to grab for Doggo here. It does look like just tried and true, the Aphelios.
I wonder if they go for support as well, if they just want to lock in something generic, right? We used to have, you know, when Renata first came out, a lot of people just picking Nautilus Aphelios into it, or Jinx Aphelios back then as well. You could go for that. Jack's now not left open, which feels like it has been the go-to blind for top. So for BLG, maybe the only thing other than, you know, support would be maybe a Gnar pick if you were willing to go towards something like that very early on. But no, they're going the complete opposite direction, coming straight out with the Fiora.
Taking the other side of the matchup that we saw in game number 2 that actually worked out for Ala that time around. But this time it's been going to be throwing down the gauntlet, or the grand challenge, as you will. And I will reiterate, like, this is a confidence pick. This is a setup pick for BLG, but they are still backs against the wall, right? They make a couple mistakes. LNG win one game. That's the series. That's their season done. So they have to be true in these picks that they grab. And a lot of that, you know, forward aggression that we wanted from them in game 3 that we got. Now it is the Gnar actually making it through here. Another pick to watch from the beginning of the day here, Lyric, that will be on Ala's board.
Yeah, now one thing we have very clearly, right, is if this game goes late, BLG are going to be stacked. They do still need some engage. We hit on the Nautilus. I'm glad that LNG have taken that one off the board. So going to make it a little bit more annoying for them to just find an easy pickup down in that bot lane, because typically I think other like engaged supports, whether things like the Leona or the Alistar, could be a little bit more rough or a little bit more annoying to go into the Renata. The range, you know, having the ability to go for the hook is one of the things that really opens that one up. But now LNG, for their second ban, going to take away the Lulu. For BLG, you're still kind of just targeting middling picks that are able to come through. Not a whole ton of worthwhile ultimates, I think, that you could steal, so maybe not take away the Sylas. I don't know if you need to be too concerned about the Ahri, because it's something that Doonby hasn't showed at all this split. So that would be quite a surprise if he was confident enough or willing to bring it out in playoffs.
I actually think it's really interesting. Oh, okay. So we get the Akali ban for BLG and the Nocturne. So not wanting to give that counter pick potentially to Doonby, as maybe they want to go for that Ahri for Icon this time around. The Trundle locked in for Tarzan.
I think you could. I think you could definitely go for the Ahri here, considering you took that off the table, and Doonby would once again have to show something else. Of course, the Lissandra is still there for him and would just give them more engage. We've been talking about this Azir pick since before the games even started. Seriously, Icon just had such an insane carry performance on it in one of their last series of the split, and it was it was against OMG. Seriously, pretty much single-handedly carried their game against OMG. It was beautiful. So he's going to go back to this.
Look at him.
And BLG just tripling down on this pick. You're right, Doonby laughing. Looks like he must have something in the cards.
I'm hoping. I'm waiting. We'll see. Maybe it's the Pantheon. Maybe it's something else. We'll get that locked in here in a little bit. But now it's on to the last pick for BLG. It is the setup for Crisp, who, again, hasn't been having the most miraculous at least season/series, right? Because this guy, allotted for a lot of the efforts he's put in the past, really needs to step up to the table for him. And we'll be on the Rakan, so a lot of that give and take, a lot of that back and forth.
So he is going to have to be the engage and set up for BLG. The good thing for BLG is they have so much range and so much zone control. If they can get on objectives, or if we have a contest over mid-wave, they will do quite well. And Doonby smiling just because Azir means he gets to go back to his tried and true Corki pick. So we'll at least give them something to lean into if this game does go later on. But just the amount of peel coming out from BLG, Empress Divide, what Weiwei can do with his ultimate, being able to shut people down with his W, you having the Aphelios could be rough. But who knows? Maybe the Rockets could be enough, or if Tarzan can show us what he was doing in the first 2 games, playing down towards that bot side, trying to enable Light to have an advantage, and then just snowballing through bot lane, could be enough.
Yeah, it's all about focus for Tarzan specifically, but as well as, you know, Doonby feeling confident to get the Corki out yet again against this Azir matchup. And it's really about, for BLG, where they try to find that proactivity. Because I think, obviously, we're looking at that early game for the bottom lane of LNG in Light and Lumao, how they can kind of use that to find the advantage. It's the first time we've seen Kalista in the series so far, but it's about navigating that for Tarzan, somebody who's seen we've set up to be so integral for LNG to find any wins.
Yeah, for early game, going to be a lot on Tarzan. and then the bot lane for the side of LNG. For BLG, I think it's a lot about Weiwei just covering his lanes. If you can get some vision down in river, or if you can just like pop your head and spot out where Tarzan is and make sure you guys are finding landing phase, it's good. And as the game progresses, the two big carries are actually going to be the mid laners, because mid laners just outranging everyone on the opposing sides of the team could make a difference. So Icon versus Doinby in this fourth game is actually going to matter so much, Mazel.
It absolutely is, and for every game from here on out, it matters for BLG. Against the ropes, one game from having their summer season end, but they do not want to let that happen yet. It's BLG versus LNG, game number 4.
BLG in a position to bring it back 2-2. Then it'll just be a best of 1 that decides who gets to move on to the next round and play against Weibo. You know, whoever moves on, that will be a tough task ahead of them. I will say, at least if, you know, for either of them, that Weibo are also a team that I think have shown very high highs, maybe some of the highest highs we've seen, like when they beat V5, but also some incredibly low lows. So going to be a rough path no matter who comes out ahead.
And again, just touching on some of the things we've set up for both these two teams in this series, which I feel like we have seen some adaptations from, right? BLG, towards the end of the season, putting a lot of focus towards bottom lane, putting a lot of focus on where these resources get put. But it was that, you know, early focus that was so good for them. It was the late mid game that was so difficult. But we've seen them kind of try to adapt that in this series. LNG on the other side, led by Tarzan, speaking of the man himself, trying to find those early advantages to spread through the rest of the team. And that cannot be more emphasized than with the draft they've gotten for themselves this game 4.
And we will see, they will be able to go in and steal away the red buff. Weiwei just going to opt into doing his Raptors so he can hit level 2 at the same time. Will be a camp down, but at least able to keep that up. And now, oh my god, does Tarzan do it? He does!
A level 2 gank. Doggo, you might be in some trouble. Nice grand entrance there, but they try to get the damage onto Doggo. That will be the cleanse and the flash from the 80 carry of BLG.
Ah, the disrespect coming out from BLG's bot lane opens it up perfectly for Tarzan. Just has to walk it down. Doesn't even really cut into any of his time. And now so much pressure for Light and Lumao in this lane. I mean, one handshake that can come out from Lumao just going to be such a good trade for Light.
Yeah, and it can be so devastating, the early damage that Kalista can put down, especially stacking up those Rends. Like even 2 spears there with a Rend does a ton of damage to Crisp, and they will continue to hone this aggression in bottom lane, as is expected when you grab the Kalista and the Renata. But you have to look maybe elsewhere for BLG as well.
So Weiwei ignored his blue. I think they sensed that a play was going to come through with the fact that the flash is down. They found some trades and is running straight down to try to cover the play coming out from LNG.
And Tarzan is spotted out on the ward there. Does finally realize it as Weiwei taking, as you said, some of his own time to come down this way. And I don't know if Tarzan necessarily realizes they're there. Maybe they feel this would be a little bit of that aggression from game 3 that came back to hurt themselves. And Weiwei just takes this time to get those Krugs, get this bottom lane a little bit more safety here as he hovers.
Overall, just nice roam by Weiwei down. I mean, doesn't do his blue, makes his way over. LNG can kind of spot that something's a little bit fishy in terms of their bot lane, you know, maybe staying and being fine. Is Ala, I don't know if that was the hop that he wanted to take.
It's definitely not. I mean, you know, he's a little guy there. Oh, look at this, though. They are caught out. Doggo was actually initiating a back there. Crisp able to get away, though, at the last second. And it's just trying to find every mini advantage that LNG can in the bottom side.
Not going to turn into too much, though, right? And you can even see, in terms of experience, Doggo and Crisp being slightly ahead. Lumao will hit 3 now, so not really too big a deal at the end of the day. But for BLG, the name of the game really is survive in my books. As long as they can make sure that LNG don't find the plays. Like, sure, there's a chance as we go later, like Doinby can just pop off, carry a fight with some insane package. But you just are hitting on so many fronts for the side of BLG. Once again, leaning into having 3 carries, 3 threats you need to worry about.
Weiwei gonna try to aggress onto Tarzan here. That early poppy aggression we saw Tarzan use so well in his game in game 2. But this time around, it's Weiwei realizing he can't stay too much longer. They will have vision, though, on Tarzan taking his red buff, and Ala needs to be a little bit more careful here. But we'll see both junglers pathing down towards the mid, towards the bot lane here, as top lane will continue to be on an island a little bit.
I feel like Weiwei hoping he could look for that because he did have Prio in top and mid, but Icon's mana is incredibly low. And for Bin, like, sure, he has Prio, but the wave's not really in a place where he can leave, and Ala can't just very easily follow him. so LNG would have been able to take that trade. So I think for BLG, good idea not to opt into over-aggression for a red buff or to fight Tarzan in his own jungle. They back off, and they're doing just fine for now.
Yeah, it should be, I believe, Sheen for Tarzan as he gets back. And oh no, he's actually going to go with the Boots of Swiftness here to start off with a little bit of speed. And he's heading down to this bottom side of the map. We wonder if this is where we see LNG maybe take their first dragon of the game in this series here with a little bit of that pressure from bottom lane. But it feels like it's just more so to get some resources to one of these carries, either Doinby or Light.
For LNG, ideally, right, you want to go for the gank first, try and either burn more summoners or get them low enough to where then you could turn on the objective. And now with the wave coming into them, Light Lumao getting the bounce back, that there is potential for them to find this, but Weiwei making his way down as well.
Yeah, every time he's just shadowing Tarzan, he's able to move himself around the map in good positions. It will be on to Doggo here. The cleanse already used. Push back from Weiwei is big. Tarzan flashing forward, though. The handshake. Is they going to get Doggo? And that's first blood to LNG. Almost a second as well. They forced the play, and this time they come up aces.
Great job by LNG. The flash is coming through from Light and Tarzan to be able to follow the members of BLG, get those kills on the board. Now they'll be able to push this wave in. Do have low health bars, but still look comfortable enough to be able to go towards this Drake. Doinby already hovering over now, so hopefully they spot out that ward. You can clear that one out and not give BLG any chances, because BLG are making their way through their jungle right now.
Yeah, this could be something to capitalize on if LNG decide to stick around. Looks like they're just going to fight over the scuttle, try to get that vision down in front of it, so if they want to get a reset play, it is set up for them. But this is exactly the early game you want for the bottom lane, at least in LNG's favor.
Playing off the bounce back that they'd initiated before, able to throw the pillar down, which Doggo does immediately cleanse, and Weiwei trying to do his best to play keep away. With no stun, no lockdown, they're able to flash. Oh, wait!
He has the grand challenge on him, but Ben takes an extra tower shot there. It's a very, very close trade in the top side.
Both top laners have TP, so they'll be able to come back to lane just fine. The wave state really good for Ben right now. Could keep up the pressure in this 1v1, trying to zone Ala out.
They were both waiting. Oh my goodness, sorry. I was looking at the mini-map so hard. We had mental gameplay, but talk about mental gameplay. Doinby, he's going to go down to Icon, and he gets the advantage here. Big stuff from BLG.
Icon going in, using the Emperor's Divide to pull him back, and then Crisp being there to punish his former mid laner, but the punishes don't stop Azel.
Yeah, Ala, he does not have Mega Gnar. He does have the hop over the minions, though, so he gets out of that one. Does have to be a little bit more careful on the top side, I feel like, but you'll take that as BLG.
Ben still holding the wave, setting up that situation to be able to come through for BLG. And now, I mean, Herald about to come up on the map. You can see Lumao already hovering up there right now. I think it might be a bit too
back.
Zala.
He doesn't really have much. Ooh, that Mega Gnar, though, that was actually really big. Right back up. He has Tarzan coming up here, and he's just playing with fire, and I love it.
Doinby now able to get this prio in mid, so this looks like it should be a situation where LNG can just start up the Rift Herald. Tarzan Doinby incredibly strong right now. Ala already got his base off, so will be coming down from lane, and Light and Lumao pathing up.
Doinby committed so hard there. Takes 2 tower shots just to deny a little back from Icon, but hey, you'll love to see that aggression because that means the back comes through later. They don't have the mid laner to come try and contest this Rift Herald, and LNG make good map movements, especially bringing Light and Lumao. I feel like it's a little overkill, but they want to commit to these objectives, to this advantage.
Definitely don't feel like they needed to commit fully up, but no, oh, they actually want to trade lanes. I actually like this coming out for LNG. Maybe thinking the top lane matchup was getting a little too hard to deal with, so they could go for this, try to utilize the Herald to find an advantage in terms of plates, but look at BLG on the opposite side. They're actually blocking off Ala from being able to get to the turret.
They were trying to collapse down there as well, but I feel like, you know, if they use the Rift Herald here, we'll get a little bit more in terms of breaking open the pressure, although you don't want to give Doggo all this free gold, which they're doing. That's 2 plates already for Aphelios.
a lot of it coming from the fact that Olive not able to enter, not feeling safe. It was the right call, right? Because we saw Weiwei and Crisp initially just waiting in that brush. They did back off at the end of the day, but my God, Doggo, he's getting so rich!
So rich! The Aphelios coming in clutch with the gold early on. Olive finally able to get back into the lane. But LNG, they actually didn't pull the trigger on the Rift Herald, waiting a little bit longer to ensure the tower break. It's Weiwei taking the dragon this whole time.
I feel like if they wanted to commit to that play fully, probably need to have Dune be shadowed down towards bot side to give Olive the freedom to enter. Still, LNG will be able to pick this turret up first if they want, considering Tarzan does still have this Herald in pocket. So it does look like they will be able to guarantee themselves the first turret gold going over. No dragon on the board, though, so it feels like we're going to default back into ping-ponging waves. Woohoo!
I think the Rift Herald charge the first tower for LNG is actually so huge, right? BLG will be able to respond here to the second charge. Not able to get that one in, more than likely at least. But it is so incredibly important for Light to get any resources possible on this Ballista to try to snowball.
We're going to see the
Oh my God,
guaranteed
it
second
actually does.
charge. So that's still good, but now I don't feel like LNG can really do too much with this long lane. Like, had it been swapped right and if LNG had the Fiora, maybe this could make a big difference. Finn now, if he wanted to, right, could slow push this back, make Allah's life very difficult, and I can't believe both teams are still
Base
posturing
call.
over this.
Oh, wait. Gonna have to flash. He does have the Hex flash, though, after that one. It was a cheeky play from LNG, but nothing comes of it.
LNG know they're feeling the pressure in terms of just how much threat BLG have later on across all their carries. So trying to find every small opportunity that they can. Really, at this point, I feel like looking towards Light to be able to get that first mythic is when LNG will be feeling pretty strong to look for these fights, and now can swap back, try and prevent Doggo from being able to take this turret, and at least keep the gold imbalance slightly in LNG's favor.
And I want to go back to kind of the overarching theme here. We were saying in the draft, right, that LNG wanted to find early advantages. They have some scaling options, they have some damage in the late game, but if Light can get ahead, right, they can snowball from that point. BLG on the other side, they're fine with some of these advantages going over because they are relying in that late game potential for themselves, that team fight, the splitting of Bin in the side lane as well. And I think it's super interesting as we're 12 minutes in to see how they've tried to navigate this, especially for LNG.
LNG have definitely been trying to find the aggression, right? We've seen Tarzan lean towards bot numerous times. I mean, he's tried to make plays up towards top as well, but not really able to find anything that sticks. Weiwei did a great job of shadowing every time Tarzan was around the bottom half of the map in the early game to not let these plays go through. And that's why for BLG, you can still see them sticking in this core group, try and have at least a defensive vision line down at the entrance of your own jungle. You know, if you can get a neutral vision line in river, that's great, but if not, as long as you have eyes on where LNG are, they aren't able to make these plays come through.
And I'm also looking at next objective setup for these guys because I think that's something that has always been a little bit of an elephant in the room for both these two teams. When we were coming into this one, right, it was a lot of they need to be set up. They don't want to force things, but they do anyways a lot of the time. But we have both objectives coming up here, and that's where I want to go into where BLG, you were saying last game, willing to kind of play those trades across the map, and I wonder if we get a little bit more of that, or if LNG try to force those fights that we're saying they might need to do.
For LNG, I still feel like their only real avenue would be looking towards bot, to where for Weiwei, it feels like you really have plays available to anywhere on the map. If Allah overextends, very easy to punish top. We've already seen Icon can initiate in the mid lane with the Emperor's Divide, and their bot lane as well, having the engage from the Rakan. So for Weiwei, I still think it's just a lot about covering, a lot about shadowing, staying down towards the spot side. And then when we get to Dragon setups, for LNG, a lot of it's going to be entering through wherever Light and Moonmount are. They're going to have a consistent pressure point to enter from that bot lane. For BLG, I think it would require grouping up, winning the mid contest with the Azir, who actually might die, Mazel.
He does have Flash available and the Shurima Shuffle out there. Tarzan wants it. He was thinking about it. Icon's actually moving forward to try to punish, and now be a little bit careful on his way out, but there you go. He's out of there easy. No Flash needed.
You know, as long as the attempt was made, we're happy. So what more can you ask for? Icon's playing Azir. He's going to get out fine every time. But Tarzan looking for the play. But guess what, Mazel? 40 seconds. 2 objectives coming up. Double the action. Getting to see how these teams actually look to prep for this.
So
because we still have been keeping up that pressure in top side, which could open access for BLG to look to take Herald. But I wonder if LNG will look at the test.
I mean, Doggo's going to try to get back now with those objective spawning. I was going to say there could be an item differential coming through from the carriers, but Doggo able to get gold at the last second, gets his Gale Force completed here. We're actually looking at a top lane 1v1 against Ala and Bin, but this is tried and true, as Icon was actually hovering up there as well. We got to see as well something else, that the last time we saw Doomby on the Corki, he was taking very unique package opportunities, it felt like. And I want to see if they clean that up a little bit, if they try to utilize that more, as BLG already forcing their hand, taking the Rift Arrow.
BLG made the right call. We just said they're the team that has pressure in top side. Bin has just been holding the wave there. He knows he wins 1v1s at any time from here on forward. They're able to use that threat, get the flash, turn this into a Herald. And LNG not even starting up a cross map just yet in regards to Dragon. Light is taking this turret because BLG are smart and see bot wave because they don't want to give LNG an opportunity to dive, but they're turning instantly onto mid turret.
They are. They'll try to get down their first turret of the game, as LNG have already found 2, but this Rift Arrow will definitely strike through here as Luna on the side with the hostile takeover. They go too deep. So that will be tower in the outside of the base for LNG. Triple Keeper's Verdict. That's going to ensure another charge and another tower here for BLG.
Nice move by Weiwei to make sure they get 2 turrets down. Crisp not going to give a kill over the Light. This might make it hard to contest Drake if LNG did look to start that one up, you know, not having such a valuable tool in the Poppy ultimate to be able to knock people away. So now is where I'd like to see LNG trying to start fighting for this vision control of River once again.
Looks like they are just going to move into the Dragon Pit here with Tarzan. Try to pull out the Dragon itself as Crisp actually getting the reset. Ala is being visited by the mean man, Weiwei. He finds him again, and Icon gets the kill.
Great flash coming out from Weiwei to make sure that the Hop isn't able to go through. Sets up for another kill on the side of BLG. LNG do pick up a Dragon, so now is 1 apiece, and we get it. We get the spicy Rift. We get Infernal on the board, Mazel.
Doomby has package. Again, very interesting. But in all actuality, right, like, that is the capitalization you want to see for BLG. And they have been punishing Ala so much in this series. I don't know what he did to Weiwei and Bin, but this is an absolute pain point right now for LNG because the constant focus from Weiwei. We saw the early game. He was shadowing Tarzan. He was stopping that early bottom lane focus. And now Weiwei is able to find his own advantages as he crest into the mid game.
Coming into the series, you know, no matter where you lean in most lanes, I think the clearest place where there was an advantage for BLG was top. I think Bin has had a spectacular season, and Ala has not really been able to deliver, as there it is, a beautiful flash. W is up to make sure the Hop doesn't connect. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Ala wasn't starting for so long, right? Is that wasn't really looking too great. So the fact that BLG have indexed it to at least being able to punish it, but you could see Bin's CS lead almost at 40 is just going to be a place where BLG can keep going in. And Mazel, I feel it. I feel 5 games.
I'm feeling it as well. I'm here for it, and I'm here for Bin's pickup of the Fiora, right? Like, this is such a huge pick, and now the side lane is completely won for BLG, it feels like. And as in terms of LNG, I think you have to look at, you know, how Ala can get a big Meganar ulti, but especially how the damage profile comes down. You've got to put such a huge focus on Doomby and Light in terms of navigating these team fights later on.
For LNG, I love that you hit on the Gnar component to it, because if they can find a flank, if he can get right on top of Doggo and Icon, smash him into a wall and set up for the DPS and damage to come out from Doomby and Light, that is definitely, in my mind, the only avenue that LNG have. Unless BLG just all run into like a beautiful hostile takeover.
That's true.
But we are not going to bank on all of BLG running it down as, you know, as a win condition for LNG. So LNG definitely still having... Yeah, I was gonna, it's not the worst bet to take, but for LNG, I feel like they have shown that they have been the slightly smarter team in the series so far, like having good vision, being able to bring those flanks from the board and having some nice rotations, but I feel like the longer this goes, sure, the gold is even for now and might even be slightly in favor as Icon.
He goes in. That's a big Emperor's Divide. Doomby misses the rocket. Here comes the follow-up. The grand entrance is huge. The hostile takeover as well. Icon finally goes down, but LNG, they are now surrounded, and they are in some trouble. We'll see Light try to dodge out of this one, but Doggo has so much damage. He's already found himself a double kill. You got Tarzan running away now. That's a triple for the AD carry of BLG.
BLG finding the fight that they want. It looked a little bit suspect from Icon at first, but knowing he had members to be able to follow up was what allowed them to take the fight. Now Ala trying to pressure mid, but won't be able to keep it up much longer. Multiple members of BLG are here. It's just sad that this fight wasn't maybe 20 seconds later, or this could have been a Baron for BLG.
Yeah, right? Like, the timing would have worked out so beautifully, but I gotta go back to the mistakes, the overextensions, the mispositionings from LNG. They just commit so heavily, and all of BLG are running here to make sure that they punish.
I mean, I can understand why they look at this play, right? The turret's going down. They think Icon's caught out. Buys enough time with the stopwatch for reinforcements to be able to come through, though, for BLG. And we've already gotten to a point where I feel like BLG are just stronger in 5v5s. This wasn't even a 5v5, right? LNG might pick off on her first. They take a ton of damage. Then it becomes a 4v4 because Ala was never here, was pushing in mid lane the whole time. And that's why I feel like even if gold on paper is even, it actually feels like BLG are the ones in control of this game so far.
And I always like to look at player cam, see how players are doing, what they're working through. And Doinby is being so vocal right now, and you've got to expect it's talking about the setups, trying to figure out what their next game plans are. Because again, for BLG, they are looking at the scaling factor. We were putting a lot of eggs in the light early game basket, and I would say we've gotten a little bit of that focus. He's 3-1, but I wouldn't say it's a blow open of the game so far. And you've got to be so worried about the amount of damage that's going to be coming out from the BLG squad.
Especially when you factor into, like, just imagining an extended standoff over an objective. If Bin is TP, he's going to be pressuring your side lane. You feel like someone has to go answer him. Icon's poking you. Depending on the guns, Doggo's poking you. So for LNG, the only thing you have in response in this extended stare-off would be the rockets coming out from Doinby, right? Light not able to do anything. Loom out on Renata. Renata's the type of champion who wants people engaging into her. Does not do well when you have these kind of extended posturings and people are just throwing out poke back and forth. So those are the setups and situations where I'm most afraid of for LNG.
I am looking, though, and it is Light, who has finished his third item of the game, the Wits in coming through. So a little bit of defense, a little bit of attack speed there to set up for these fights. BLG pounce on the Dragon, and it'll go down before Tarzan can even get in the pit. So now LNG are mispositioned here. They're TPing in to try to save the day. The Fate's Call is going to be used. Bin maybe caught out here. Lumao, you need to be careful. That is a Fiora. Doinby has the package now. Maybe one of the first times we could see him in this game utilize the package to make a difference here. And it's making LNG feel a lot more confident. I think BLG see that Doinby has the package. Like, oh, we don't want your package. Go away, delivery man.
Now I wonder, is LNG, because you have package, do you just accept that it was taken and you can't find a fight? Or do you start feeling pressure to actually accelerate the game, try and find a fight in your favor, and move over to the Baron? Because I feel like those are your two options, right? You either keep turtling, put some vision down, and keep playing for higher item spikes for Corki, or you move over to this Baron, you try to force the fight. This is the option I like seeing.
This is they did this before. They're going to try to force the hand of BLG. The Baron already down to quarter health. Weiwei is spotted out. All 5 members. There's the package for Doinby across the way. Tarzan's getting a little bit low here. Those Rin stacks, that's going to help secure the Baron at least. Weiwei goes in. He's trying to get in the pit. He's there. The fight's already going, but it's Doggo with the 200-year gameplay. Yes, it is Light that gets the Baron, but BLG take the fight.
I feel like BLG having such an easy time taking that fight. Once again, package might zone them off, but LNG aren't really anywhere close to finishing off the Baron. They could wait it out. We see Moonlight Vigil comes out. Crisp able to go in with the engage. They didn't even need the Emperor's Divide. They didn't even need Weiwei's ultimate to be able to come through to just smack LNG in the face right there. And it looks like we are going towards it. It looks like we're going to make our way to potentially another 5-game series because BLG keeping up the pressure so far.
They are indeed. They'll take down another outer tower.
LNG might have Baron, but I don't know if it matters, Mazel.
Yeah, and it's, again, the differences that we're seeing in decision-making. It is just tragic that LNG have fallen this far in the series where they were so high up.
And we can see here, right? Package comes through. Again, it is zoning them off. Baron's still low, but like, look at where Baron health is by the time the package times out.
Yeah.
It just lets all these members come in. Rakan going in first, Bin following up. Moonlight Vigil was huge in that fight, and I mean, Ala and Doinby not really able to do anything despite the fact that they were the 2 members that we were keeping our eyes on.
BLG just trying to force fights again. They were trying to pick off Bin, but you can't pick off Bin. It's like almost impossible at this point. BLG using the pressure mid lane to position and set themselves up in front of this pit, in front of the jungle that LNG are trying to get vision game around. There's not even an objective up for a while, but it's just playing around this give and take for LNG because they realize the side lane's not necessarily going their way.
For BLG, though, they do realize that, right, some members of LNG do have the Baron, so it is a little hard to force these aggressive plays when everyone's showing on the map, but now with Ala recalling and Bin coming in on the side, they can look for it.
Again, Ala not with the team, does have TP. He's trying to stack up the Mega Gnar. Tarzan getting hit pretty hard by Bin. The riposte comes through. The Nice Keeper's verdict, though, separates the fight, which could have been a little bit tricky for BLG. And we'll see just a setup of the mid lane defense again by BLG with these Baron buff minions going to be coming in.
I feel like both sides are using key abilities just so freely and so loose in the series. I'm not quite sure Keeper's verdict there was needed, and now you're not going to have it for when LNG try to just funnel down through mid right here. Moonlight Vigil misses!
Oh, they find the Fate's Call out used by Light. Now they're trying to fight Bin again. They just can't do it every time they're trying to force this. The Mega Gnar brings Bin back, but he's got the Grand Challenge out. He gets rended to death by LNG, and now it's an unmanned fight for BLG. It's 5v4 for LNG in particular, and I think they could look at this tower maybe even a little bit more.
I think they should be able to. No Keeper's verdict. Moonlight Vigil was just thrown out, didn't hit anyone. Crisp doesn't have the quickness. What do you have on the side of BLG?
Doggo playing aggressively. That's what you got. The hostile takeover comes through, decides to separate. Way into trouble, but the tower not going to go down just yet. Doggo's stepping up real confident, like he's gale forcing forward. The Calibrum, it doesn't hit on to Lumao. That'll be just some chakrams headed Doonby's way. Icon goes through with the poke as well. LNG need to be very careful on the peel back.
You could see, though, that the amount Rockets are doing, definitely nowhere in comparison into what they used to. And once again, Doonby not buying a Mythic. Again, I'm guessing a byproduct of that AP scaling being cut by so much. And BLG just going to keep up pressure with the fact that Bin is back up, keeping right into sides, because Dragon's coming up in 15 seconds. LNG backing off. Looks like they might be giving it up. Both of these members do have TP, but I don't know if they really have the ability to contest. Now there's no Mega coming out for Ala.
And they can just utilize Bin's side lane pressure so well to get these objectives for themselves, right? Because at this point, they have to send so many members to deal with Bin in the side lane. The Dragon's already started. There's no way for LNG to get here. So that'll be sole point for BLG, opening up a plethora of options for them as they move forward into this scaling game.
BLG straight up chilling. They are totally fine with how the game's gone so far. Again, just a lot of shadowing, a lot of trying to prevent LNG from their game plan. You see there, Moonlight Vigil thrown, Pillar comes through, doesn't connect on anyone. Quickness, not really able to get anything done as well. The Keeper's verdict had already been thrown out, and it gives LNG this chance where once Ala hits Mega, he's able to lock Bin down, that they're able to find one kill.
And it's a big kill, at least for Light, in terms of getting a little bit of advantage, but finally being able to take down Bin. It will mean that Bin gets his third item, though, here. He did get the Frozen Heart just now, and I feel like BLG, in terms of setup, are working their way to something that's very difficult for LNG to pick apart. But if you get these cool setups from LNG, right, the decisiveness that we feel like has been lacking, at least in the last game and a half at this point, it could make the difference.
It would be huge. I mean, the fact that, both AD carry is incredibly strong right now, right? But Light still being that whole item up and having that GA is definitely something that can be different. But heck, LNG once again, double GAs on forward. We're seeing in the bottom left hand of our corner that package is up for Doinby if he wants it. He has the TP, so he'd be very easily able to join a fight at any point in time. But with no Baron, with no Dragon, feels like package would just be wasted.
Yeah, I'm just still so curious. I would love to pick Ox's braid of the timings, because it's been really interesting to watch LNG play through this Corki, right, through Doonby. But the timings themselves, right, a little bit of an issue. Speaking of timings, Ala trying to go Mega Gnar. He gets the Mega Gnar. That's huge. The hostile takeover. They get a crisp. They get the fight. The Moonlight Vigil. It's not enough. And LNG, out of nowhere, they get what they came for.
Mazel, we said that the chance was so low of BLG actually just running into LNG and giving the opportunity over. We knew it was possible, but it actually happened. 30 seconds on mid and AD carry.
Doonby has the package.
They could push for another turret, but Are they actually just going to look for the end off this?
I mean,
Crisp is coming up in 7 seconds.
If that is a snowball from hell, I've never seen one of those before. If they take the inhib now, they've got 5 members strong. This might be a little overzealous, but if they end it here, it is huge. Weiwei goes in. BLG are getting desperate at this point. It's a 5v3, and LNG, they found it! That's it! BLG, their summer is over, and LNG will deny the reverse sweep. Oh no!
LNG
oh no!
coming out strong. No, they got it, Mazel. LNG able to finish it off. This game should not have been theirs by any means whatsoever. BLG were chilling. BLG controlling the map. Not a lot of action. They were scaling, but like Bid was getting strong. Icon, everything was theirs, Mazel.
Look at
everything.
Look at Doinby. Doinby is the medic. He's checking up on everybody. Tarzan, I feel like is just
Mazel,
stunned.
they know
at this
Mazel,
point.
They know that was not their game to win. They know that was BLG's game. This was going to be a 5-game series. But my God, BLG, wrong place, wrong time. One huge ultimate coming out from Ala to guarantee they're all locked down, to guarantee that the damage is there. And now LNG getting their chance to go up against Weibo.
Wouldn't have it any other way. What a banger. Tarzan, again, literally just stunned. Like, his face did not change when they won. Doinby's like looking around, everybody like, we won that? We got that? Wait, hold on. And the fact that it is so disappointing for BLG, right? We were looking at the come up in the later parts of the season. We were looking at BLG to try to hone in on best of fives. But the LNG different. I don't know if it's the necklaces that they're all matching, if it's the fact that Allah was willing to give up his life so many times for the advantage of the team, or if it's just super carry Doinby and Tarzan, the ultimate duo coming in clutch in terms of stability. LNG, what a series.
Look, Mazel, all I know is yesterday I said FPX would 3-2. They 3-2. Today I said LNG would 3-1. They 3-1. Maybe I choose who wins, Mazel. Have you ever thought about that? That it's my decision?
We've always known.
Who gets to win series?
I don't know how that worked out last split, though, when I became prediction king, but, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe drop the ball on that one.
The hat shuffles from time to time, but no, seriously, big kudos to LNG. LNG looks so much better in the series. They look so good when they brought Allah in for their final series of the split. And things are coming together. Like, it's not perfect, right?
No.
They obviously struggled. We saw, like, Game 3 was very hard. They couldn't find windows. This Game 4, I mean, they shouldn't have won this game, right?
Nope.
Like, BLG were firmly in control of this game. But still, the fact that LNG have the tools to be able to play out early games, like we saw in Game 1 and Game 2, around their jungler, the fact that they have these different picks, they have these different styles and compositions that they can pull out, but also have the like resolve that if they fall behind, have the metal in them, that they can stay calm, they can wait, and are willing to play for any mistakes. And they aren't just going to be one of those teams, you know, let's use an example of like an IG, like win fast, lose fast. If they're behind, IG's just going to keep running you, right? LNG took a step back, they played and waited for these mistakes to come through and just capitalized.
It's, oh my God. It was so neck and neck, right? And it was a lot of give and takes. We were always saying, right? The scaling, the possibility of Icon and Doggo in the team fight late game, Ben in the side lane, there's nobody that can deal with him. They try to get that engage on the Allah that they had done multiple times before in this game, in this series, that worked out. But he just got the Mega Gnar at the right moment, pushed the entire team back in, and all it came down to was that split-second decision-making, what we've said LNG have had over BLG this entire series, and they win the game because of it.
It sucks, too, because Icon, up to that point, was, like, doing a solid job, right? Even surprising us. Like, the topside play where he went in with the shuffle, and we're like, why is he going in? Like, he's by himself and buys enough time for his team to get there. The fact that he sends Allah into his team at the very end of it all and causes a loss is so sad. Great to see from Allah to capitalize. And then, again, Light was having a really good game. Doinby with the big damage numbers because he's on the Corki. And, like we said, looking ahead, them getting to go up against Weibo in only 2 days' time. LG doesn't have a lot of time to reflect or to come up with new creative strategies. You'd assume there are still some, you know, down there in the textbooks. But
I'm waiting for the Pantheon now. We didn't get the Pantheon. We had Nocturne twice. But, you know, I'm waiting for the Pantheon here.
Again, there are some players who don't like bring out their secret picks in solo queue, but Doinby is one player I've realized over like all these years casting the LPL that if you check his solo queue accounts, like you're going to see the picks that Doonby's willing to play in a pro game. So, yeah, we'll definitely keep our eyes on that one coming out. Even all the Renekton bans today, all those Renekton bans, I'm 99% sure were aimed at Doonby because it's another champion that he's obviously played in his career and played the split, but is also playing a lot in solo queue. So, is drawing a lot of bans, is drawing a lot of attention. The one thing I will say for them moving forward, though, is the fact that, right, coming into this one, they were the higher seed. They had that huge advantage with side selection. Now, every matchup they go into, they do not have that. They do not have that advantage or those rules. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough road ahead, but I don't think it's impossible.
No.
I think especially when you look at the bracket, right, like EDG and Weibo being the next two teams in line. EDG, I think, being the more consistent team, but not as high of highs as what Weibo have shown this year. Weibo being the opposite.
Yeah.
Weibo, I think, could come out and crush anyone 3-0, but at the same time, it also wouldn't surprise me if Weibo got 3-0'd by, an LNG.
But
because in LNG, having that same thing, right? Having those same star players.
Yeah, I will say though, and it's something, it's got to be a sore point, right? Is what Allah is going to be able to do against the Shy, right? We did see in some instances, in a lot of instances, Bin was holistically winning the 1v1s, but it was those big team fight moments for Allah that made the difference. Is that going to be enough against the likes of the Shy and the likes of Weibo Gaming?
I think it's gonna it's only gonna get harder.
Yeah.
Like you're going from Bin to the Shy. Both have been great. Both are obviously like terrifying in lane. But I feel like obviously the Shy being on All Pro second team for a reason. So yeah, I guess it's obvious that the road's gonna get tougher, right? Team seeded based on where they finished in playoffs. But LNG, a lot of good signs. BLG, it is our farewell. They will not and have not been able to replicate the 2019 summer finish that they were able to do when the roster was so different. And I guess moving to next year, it's going to be the same thing. BLG have been one of these teams that have been like very liberal and very willing to change their roster. So I'm just curious to see what kind of roster BLG puts together for next year, because one thing I will give them as an organization is they are very clearly trying to win the LPL. Hasn't been able to work, but if they're so willing to change their roster and find big names, find good players, it means that they're aiming for that top spot and they don't want anything less.
And I will say, while there probably is some, heartbreak in terms of watching old teammates succeed in your chagrin, right? The fact that Icon, Crisp, I feel like they're going to be rooting for Tarzan and Doonby at this point and trying to find a way to...
Doonby better bring them out to hot pots.
At that point, he's got to make up for some of the focus. In all actuality, it's a little bit of fire in the kettle, I feel like, for BLG, right? To lose like this against former teammates, I think it puts a little bit more emphasis on that. And you can see in the way they lost, right? This is going to be one that stings in terms of what they could have done successfully in terms of playoffs. But I'm very much looking forward to what this roster does individually, but as well as for BLG as a whole, because I think there's still those positive moments, those positive... I can't finish my statement because Allah got MVP after the crazy Meganar ulti. Oh my god, I can't believe he gets it, but hey, deserved.
0-1-6, 54% KP, 13% damage. He's negative in gold when the game ended, and he gets an MVP. That is super Giga Chat of Allah coming out here. My goodness.
My brain, as soon as I heard that in my ear, I was like, oh, okay, I don't even get to finish my sentence. But again, it was his willingness to bend and break, but not break the entire team.
Man, it is. I don't know. I don't know how to react.
This is the only replay. We only have the two, I think, because that was it.
I feel like this was like the one very clear role where BLG were better than LNG this game. The one very clear, like, no offense, Allah, you got the job done. You were subbed out for a while, so maybe it's hard coming in, but felt like Ben actually did have a good series, and it's just so sad not able to do it. But great for LNG.
Yeah.
And if Allah can scale back up to the monster he used to be, even going as far back to his days when he was known as Natural, I mean, that would be a universe. That would be a reality I'm excited for.
A reality check that we much need. It's really exciting for Allah just to be a part of the team, right? And be able to put in that huge performance, the focus at the very end, and to come out on top. Very, very nicely done. We do have our post-game interview. We'll be with Lumao, so let's go ahead and send it over to Wendy.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have Lumao from Suzhou LNG with us. Congratulations on this win. It's a very good start of the playoffs journey. So what's the key in getting this win of today's best of 5? 那首先恭喜你们非常漂亮的拿下了这场 BO5的胜利。第一个问题也是要问到的是，或许觉得今天面对 BLG，你们获胜的一个关键点是什么呢？
我觉得今天获胜的关键点就是，其实我们最近自己不管是配合还是操作，还是英雄选择上，我们都就变厉害了很多。然后我觉得这是我们最近赢下来的关键吧。
I feel the key of getting to this win is we really made huge improvements on the team synergy and also their own mechanics and also the champions we have chosen our draft for those parts we have made some improvements on. So I think this is the key. And you have mentioned the champion choice. I want to talk a bit more about this because in both game 1 and 3 you guys have picked this mid Nocturne. And in the pre-match interview you also mentioned that Basil 5 is also a very good test to the champion pool. So what's the background in picking this champion, this mid Nocturne into this best of five？ 那其实你刚才有提到英雄上的选择，那今天你们也是在第一局、第三局都分别给硬币哥拿出了一个中单的梦魇嘛？那其实绿毛也有在赛前采访中也有提到说，哎，BO5也是对英雄池的一个考验。那今天选出梦魇的一个契机是怎么样的呢？
我觉得梦魇只是我们就在训练赛里练的，就大招之一吧。我觉得接下来还有很多更好看的东西在之后的 BO5会展现出来吧。
I have to say, Nocturne is just one of the secret weapons we have used in the scrims, and in the future, there's more special things that you can expect from us. And definitely, we're all looking forward to that, to looking forward to your secret weapons more. And let's talk a bit more about Game 2, because in Game 2, BLG have chosen this Nila and Amumu ball lane in facing your Lucian and Nami. So what do you think of this ball lane champion matchup? And in facing Nila, is there anything special that you guys would like to put more attention on in the actual game？ 那其实说到今天的第二局比赛，对面也是有拿出新英雄尼拉，然后配合上阿木木来面对你们的一个下路卢娜组合，你怎么去评价这样的一个下路的一个对线呢？同时面对尼拉这个新英雄，有什么特别可能需要注意的点吗？
我觉得米拉这个新英雄的话是配合两个辅助，一个是 Yumi， 然后一个是派克的话，我觉得是还算不错的选择吧。然后反观如果没有这两个辅助的话，我觉得这个英雄应该不算太好。所以第三把就是我们选卢香娜美来克制他们，就蛮不错的。
I feels like for this champion Nila, if she can have a partner with Yumi or Pike, she can be a very good pick. But if without these two champion, we feels like Lucian and Nami can be a very good counter pick against them. So we have enough confidence went into the bowling matchup in game 3. And now we know the reason that you guys just banned out the opponents Yumi and Pike in game 3. And also game 4, we feels like we are on a roller coaster. And I want to talk a bit more about the last team fight around the main lane. BLG tended to engage on Ala, but you guys won the team fight and successfully close up the game. So what happened there? 那其实来到第四局，第四局感觉我们都像坐过山车一样，非常非常的焦灼。但是呢，想要说一下，就是最后的中路的那一波团战，对面是想要先手开到阿乐，但反而被你们反手给击败，然后让你们顺势一波拿下比赛。当时那一波是发生了什么呢？
我觉得其实我们阵容一直都是打起来比较优势，但是就是没有开团点嘛。但是那波正好就是对方替我们开了团，然后我们就紧接着就可以很好的反打，而且他开的是一个比较肉的那儿，所以我觉得就是我当时下来也说了一句话，就是谁被开谁就是 MVP 最后一波。
I feels like in terms of the draft in game 4, we are the one that got more advantage on, but our shortcomings is that we don't have much ways to make the hard engage. It's very hard for us to seek the opportunity to make the engage. But then the opponents BRG, they just make the hard engage, so we just found this very good opportunity to make a fight back. And also because their target is the very tanky Nar, the Atlas very tanky Nar, so it's very easy for us to make the fight back and win the game. And after the game, I said that who's the one that got the targeted on in that team fight, he would just be the MVP in game 4. And definitely you have predicted the MVP of game 4 successfully as well. And on Friday, there will be another matchup between you guys and WBG. Coming into best of 5, what's your expectation towards this matchup? 那其实赛程也是比较紧的嘛。那来到周五，你们又将会有下一场的 BO5的对决，是和 WBG 的一个正面交锋。对下一场比赛，绿毛有怎么样的一个期待吗？
我觉得对战上 WBG 的话，我觉得我们要把自己的状态跟就之间的沟通做得很好的话，我觉得还是蛮有希望赢下他们的。
I think for the next matchup against WBG, if we were able to have a very good momentum and have a very good in-team communication, we still have enough confidence that we can win the game. And definitely best of luck for the next best of 5 and congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望接下来比赛都要加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Great to hear from Lumao. Even if it was a roller coaster, they navigated that roller coaster. They're on to the next ride as well. And we got to talk about that a little bit because, as you were mentioning earlier, right, 2 days away from having to face Weibo Gaming. Yeah. I think it's going to be a tall task, but as Lumao said, right, communication, game plans on point. They feel like they can use this momentum to crest into Weibo Gaming.
Again, I definitely think it is possible for LNG to take that series, right? Weibo have shown themselves to be exploitable. I mean, we've seen what both of these teams are able to do in the past. And I'm kind of, looking at that matchup, thinking about, like you said, the top lane matchup between the Shy and Ala. We need to remember, this was the last matchup that happened in the regular season. LNG actually 2-0'd Weibo in their regular season matchup, which happened just a week ago. So, gonna be fun, gonna be exciting. And Mazel, we have a bracket.
We do. We have an
bracket.
update.
We have results.
It's crazy. That's what happens when you finish a best of 5. It's actually insane. Let's go ahead and bring up that bracket, though, as we have gotten through the first round of the 2022 LPL Summer Playoffs. It was 2 very, very breakneck best of 5s. LNG coming out with the 3-1 victory over BLG tonight. That fourth game, man. If you didn't watch it, if you just tuned out, go watch it. It was crazy. LNG somehow find a win. But it's been an incredible journey so far and a lot of volatile action that I was expecting in the playoffs, especially with that, 5-game series between FPX and OMG.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like first round, all 4 teams on paper looked very close. And then as we move up, I feel like it gets
a little bit
worse and worse, right? Like FPX against EDG, that's happening tomorrow. Like EDG, it's going to be a tall task for FPX to overcome that. I feel like Care specifically, though, showed a new dimension in his series against OMG that maybe that can tip the scales in FPX, taking some games or even being able to take the series if the dice land in the right place. So definitely still worth watching every single day of the LPL playoffs. But yeah, EDG, heck, this is a team that has a chance to get back to Worlds and defend their title. So tomorrow, getting that first look, Mazel, I'm excited.
I'm so excited. The stories just keep on giving here in the LPL. Lyric, it has been an absolute pleasure to cast this best of 5 with you here in the playoffs.
It was my pleasure, even more.
I don't even want to get into it. I'll start crying. So I don't want to do that anymore. But it has been an awesome way to watch LNG take a 3-1 victory. Thank you to the production team for making us all look decent on broadcast somehow. And
thank you, chat.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, audience. Thank you to the teams, the staff, for the reason why we're here. And make sure you're all tuned in yet again for tomorrow for some more LPL playoff action. We'll see you on the Rift.